All right, good afternoon, everyone. And just apologies for anyone tuning in. We're a couple of minutes late, but ready to get started at this point. I just want to begin our meeting, as always, by just acknowledging that we do our business on the unceded traditional territories of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And it's our practice, we'll be reading one of the calls to action. We're now at Call to Action 84, Media and Reconciliation. We call upon the federal government to restore and increase funding to the CBC, Radio Canada, to enable Canada's national public broadcaster to support reconciliation and to be properly reflective of the diverse cultures, languages, and perspectives of Aboriginal people, including, but not limited to, increasing Aboriginal programming, including Aboriginal language speakers, increasing equitable access for Aboriginal people to jobs, leadership positions, and professional development opportunities within the organization, and 3, continuing to provide dedicated news coverage and online public information resources on issues of concern to Aboriginal peoples and all Canadians, including the history and legacy of residential schools and the reconciliation process. And from that, we'll move to adoption of minutes. We have board minutes from November 25th. Okay, are there any questions on those? Any additions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. And then we have board minutes from December 4th for adoption. Thank you very much. Any notes there? Anyone opposed? And that carries. And now we'll move to petitions and delegations. And we have Dana Forsgren from the Comox Valley Situation Table. Nice to see you, Dana. If you hit the button there, I'll get the mic on for you. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Hello, Chair, directors, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today. My name is Dana Forsgren. I use she, her pronouns, and I coordinate the Comox Valley Situation Table. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that the Comox Valley Situation Table meets and collaborates on the unceded traditional lands of the Comox First Nation, which includes the Pentlatch, Aixen, Sathlut, Sasitla, and Hahe people. Today, I'm going to provide a brief overview of what the situation table is, what our local data shows, and I'll also highlight some of the successes we are seeing in community as a result of our coordinated interventions and meetings. One of the main reasons for coming here today as well is to request that the CVRD consider becoming the fiscal host for the Comox Valley Situation Table. Our main request today is for the CVRD to become the fiscal host for the Comox Valley Situation Table. Right now, the table is a non-entity under the John Howard Society. And while we are very grateful for their support, it can create challenges when applying for funding, as our mandates can often overlap. Right now in BC, there are 50 situation tables across the province, and almost all of them have a local government acting as a fiscal host, except for the Comox Valley, which is the only community without this structure and partnership. By taking this role, the CVRD would provide stability, align us with other jurisdictions, and strengthen our coordinated response to complex social issues. It would also allow us to access some additional funding from the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General. This role does not require direct funding from the CVRD. It would simply mean that the CVRD would hold and distribute funds for the coordinator. It would also improve ongoing communication about local trends, system gaps, and emerging needs. So what is a situation table? It is a collaborative cross-sector model and meeting space used across British Columbia and Canada. It brings together partners from health, policing, housing, social services, and Indigenous organizations to address situations where an individual or family is facing acutely elevated risk. Its mandate is to rapidly support individuals who are facing serious risk, where significant harm is expected to occur if no action is taken. This is not for ongoing case management, but an offer of support to reduce barriers in accessing services. It is a practice model. It's been operating in BC for over 15 years, supported by the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General through voluntary community grants, which is what our community chose to access 2.5 years ago. I wanted to provide a brief overview of the definition for acutely elevated risk, as you'll see this term ongoing throughout the presentation as the acronym AER. All situations that come to the situation table must meet the criteria of acutely elevated risk, where situations have a significant interest at stake, there's reasonable belief that harm will occur without intervention, the anticipated harm is significant, and the risks are multidisciplinary, crossing multiple different sectors and services. And so what we can see in this picture here is a very common situation where we have a situation coming forward and we have about 8 to 10 risk factors impacting one individual who is trying to navigate multiple different types of systems and services at one time. This is a very challenging experience for any one person. And it underscores the importance of having a collaborative effort in supporting situations such as this. The table aims to eliminate as many barriers as we can while providing a rapid offer of support. It also lowers the chance of long-term harm and the use of emergency-based services in our community. This is a list of our primary partners at the situation table. We have more secondary partners as well who utilize the table on an as-needed basis. These are the partners who attend the table on a bi-weekly basis. Our table meets every 2 weeks. Some tables meet once a week. We might move to that model at one point. And so at this time, we see these specific partners attending regularly, and we anticipate that this list will continue to grow. We're regularly being approached by different agencies and programs who would like to learn more about this program, as we're seeing an increase in very complex situations across our community. I'm going to move into sharing a little bit of data that we've collected over the past few years. And I don't have a great deal of time, so I do have an annual report coming out in early January. And so this shows the top referring agencies over the last few years. What we can see here is it's quite dispersed. Many of the partners are utilizing the table pretty regularly. Many of those who are coming forward in these lists are those who are at first point of contact with individuals and community. They're finding that these individuals that they're supporting, that their mandate of services is simply not enough, and they really do require that coordinated effort in supporting these individuals. I think what we also see, and I celebrate these individuals, is that they are often those agencies who really truly want to collaborate with others and build those types of partnerships and relationships. Over the last 3 years, the number of situations brought to the table has remained very steady. So far this past year, we've supported 31 individuals through the situation table. What we're seeing as well is that there's an increase of complexity, and the next slide will show a little bit more of this as well. The most common risk factors across the board for situations are housing instability, difficulty meeting basic needs, mental health challenges, poverty, substance use challenges. Often these are structural issues that require that coordinated solution. One important aspect I'd like to mention as I'm going through some of this data is that our situation table collects de-identified data. So we actually collect data on over 100 different risk factors in our community that are impacting individuals, and have many more study flags that we can choose as a community, local study flags that we can keep track of. And all of this data can go to the agencies who are partnering at the table and all of the municipalities and the regional district if they would like to use it. This chart here shows the result of interventions from the situation table just this past year. And as I've said, there's one change that we are seeing. We are seeing an increase in systemic issues being present in our community. We are seeing over 40% of situations where the risk has been fully lowered and individuals are connected to services. We're also seeing that although some individuals are not ready to access services, that they often come later to those agencies to access services instead of utilizing emergency-based services. So although we're seeing over 40, just over 40% of risk being lowered, we have about 77% of those situations that are referred know what agencies they should go to. They have the contacts and the tools when they're ready to access services in our community. I'm going to finish my presentation today to share a little bit about the community successes and the impact. The table has created a lot of success beyond just supporting these complex needs in our community. We are building really strong relationships across agencies and institutions that don't historically interact. We have an increased awareness of systemic issues and around each other's roles in community, around each other's programs, the limitations of those roles, opportunities for partnership and coordination. We're seeing a reduction in duplication and improved coordination overall outside of the situation table. And like I said, one of the major successes is also just having that data on hand to help us understand trends, emerging gaps, resources that are missing within our community, so it can help us make informed decisions. And I'll end my presentation there. Thank you so much. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thanks so much, Dana. And I see a question, a couple of lights coming on. We'll go to Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Presentation was so good. Honestly, I'm gonna suffer from the Donner-Kruger effect, which is when you think that because you've learned for 10 minutes about something, you know everything about that topic now, and I'm no expert in that space. So thank you for like really summarizing what this is about and the value, the incredible value you're bringing to the community. So I'm very supportive. Your case was good as well. My only question that could, and some of the directors here have much more experience in that space, but one of the things that I do remember from around 2020 or 2021 was we received a big grant around poverty reduction, which is connected, not exactly your space, but there was a big kerfuffle at local government around whether CVRD or the city of Courtenay should look after it and start at CVRD and think it transferred to the city of Courtenay. So I'm just wondering your rationale for approaching the CVRD and not the city in this instance.
Thanks for the question. And I think it's interesting. It depends on where you're located, what the best fit would be. I think what I'm seeing in our community is because we have partners from all municipalities involved, that the CVRD makes the most sense. But you're right, in some locations, the municipality is so large that the fiscal host is the municipality. And in our community, I think we're finding that it would make more sense with the regional district. I have approached municipalities individually, and I've had the same response from municipalities. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Director Brown.
Thanks, and thanks, Dana, for the great presentation. I'm in full support. I have a question about the referring agencies. So in 2024, you had quite a bit of referrals from, looks like government agencies, income assistant, MSD, and PR. And then they're not referring anybody in 2025. Is that because something changed?
It's a good question. I think that one thing that does impact these spaces sometimes is transition of roles.
Yeah.
We did see a transition within the Ministry of Social Development of one of our community integrated specialists moved up island. And I think that there's a period of time when someone else is moving into that role and becoming familiar with that model, that it can take time to feel comfortable. So I would say that's probably the likely reason behind that.
Yeah, and I think that also points to just the importance of having the table be a stable body so that that organization can come back when that interest is revived in the new person.
Yeah.
Thank you.
100%.
Great, thank you. And Director Halian.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 questions. I'll see how many I get in here. But first of all, just to respond to Director Arbor's point, Dana, the City of Courtenay was originally presented with this program by our MLA with the request that we take it on. And the city felt that it was something that the existing government ministries should in fact do as part of what they do. And so we sent a letter out to the various agencies in the community expressing that, and that was how the John Howard Society agreed to take the program sponsorship on initially. That's maybe why you're not coming back to the city. But my question, my first question was, you mentioned that there's funding available from Ministry of Solicitor General if a municipal organization is somehow involved. Could you explain how that works? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me that they would do that, but I'd be interested to hear what the details are.
You know, I would say our community is a little unique. And I came into this role once the situation table was already established. And I would say that often there is kind of a hand-in-hand partnership with a municipality being involved with the situation table. And we had a kind of a unique experience in our community where we were under the John Howard Society and quite independent of a municipality or regional district. And that was similar to Campbell River, where now Campbell River has partnered with their municipality now. And so I think there's a bit of an encouragement to be connected to the municipality or regional district from the Ministry of Public Safety. And also they do want to see it continue.
But you're actually saying that they will provide money to this program and they won't provide it if it isn't somehow sponsored by local government.
That's right.
All right. Well, that seems particularly bizarre to me. It's not your problem, but I'll give it over to somebody else for a moment. Thanks.
Could I maybe follow up on that? Or just in what range does the funding lie? And is it permanent for as long as there's a fiscal host? Like, and what difference would it make to you as an organization if you were to receive that? So it's 3 questions, but
yeah, it's a good, I mean, it would be another 2 years of funding, which is great. And it would allow for some time. Those first couple of years were really focused on getting the table up and running. It's a lot of work, you know, meeting with partners and simply, you know, ironing out the details of a program. And now we're very stable. And so I think now it's really ensuring we have a good system in place of applying for grants and making sure that we're diversifying funding. So I think there's still opportunity to continue for the next couple of years while we're discussing what could take place. But I think there could be other partnerships too. Perhaps someone would like to lead it in kind. So I think if it's a really beneficial program to our community, I think it will allow us more time to figure out how do we continue this in a good way.
I was wondering, are you able to provide any, is this a firm policy, or is this the way things sometimes go, that once a host is found that the ministry becomes more interested in following up? And what sort of range does the support they provide, what does it fall in?
With the ministry, they continue to do data analysis on behalf of the situation tables and provide a yearly report. They also lead a very basic community of practice once a month for all situation table chairs, which is really appreciated. And so that's the kind of, I think that there was a lot of support starting up the table when we were figuring out the integrated program agreement, but it's quite minimal support.
Okay, so this is not a substantial amount of money or in-kind support, but it is obviously appreciated and makes the work easier. Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. And go to Director Morin.
Great, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dana, for the presentation. I know that in previous presentations, you mentioned that other situation tables are quite youth focused, whereas ours is not so much. But I do see that John Howard and Foundry are one of the agencies that participates. And I'm assuming probably in those other communities, the school district participates as well. But I guess I'm curious whether you are seeing any or how many youth you see. It definitely makes sense to me as a previous youth worker to have early intervention with folks. And I just wondered if you're really just taking who comes, or if there's any proactivity around reaching maybe some of those folks who are younger and, you know, getting in there earlier.
100%. And so we ongoing seek out conversation with the school district, and I am in conversation with the school in Cumberland at this time. And you know, I think Cumberland is one of those areas that doesn't have a lot of good, you know, a lot of social services available. So I think it's especially a really important space to be connected. But we are seeing it can just take time, and we're developing those relationships, but it takes some time with some of the bigger players. There are some, I think right now there is also another youth focused table that does meet, which is why it hasn't taken up as quickly with that youth focused table. They are meeting regularly between Ministry of Children and Family Development, School District, the Foundry, and Island Health.
Right.
And so they do have an ongoing meeting.
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay, and Director Hillian with the question.
Thanks. And yeah, I appreciate you mentioning that because I did notice that Ministry of Children and Family and School District weren't on the list. And of course, people who work in those sorts of agencies spend half their time trying to figure out how they can collaborate with the various other agencies around the community. And so, so there's no doubt that there's a crucial need for the service that you're providing. There have been existing mechanisms developed in the community over the years. In fact, I first met Director Grant when he was a young fledgling Comox counselor, and he was a representative on an old animal called the Family Court and Youth Justice Committee. Yeah. So anyway, the community's tried various things over the years to find ways for people who provide human services to get together and do exactly the sort of work that you're doing. So what I'm wondering, one of those vehicles is the Social Planning Society. What are the possibilities that the Social Planning Society takes this on, either with some kind of administrative support from the RD or otherwise?
I mean, it's still an option. It would mean that we wouldn't have that. I would say the one thing I would look at, and I would say what I'm seeing from other communities, that there is a benefit of being connected to a governing body to make sure that those gaps and trends are really well communicated. I mean, we can certainly have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
I would say that what we're seeing across the province is that there are benefits to being connected to a local government.
Yeah, and I'll just say one more thing. I mean, I think what this is an attempt by the province to get local government to the table. I would argue that local government in this community is at all sorts of tables to an extent that goes far beyond what it ever was historically. And there are numbers of people around this board who sit at various places like the Community Justice Center, the Social Planning Society, the Community Health Network, all sorts of tables. So I think you've got an active community of local government people. And yeah, I'd like to find a way that we can make this work without necessarily the local government becoming a sponsor, because I still see it as a bit of a provincial download. So, but I want to say that that's got nothing to do with my respect for you and the work that you're doing and the need for the program itself. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Director Hillian and Director Moore.
Thanks. Yeah, another question around the other communities that are attached to local government. Is there any way to provide at some point more specifically what those models look like? Like what are the actual tasks that local government is doing in addition to being fiscal? And you know, fiscal host sounds like a really easy thing. You know, you just provide the money when it's needed, but I'm sure there are other, you know, there's some kind of contractor agreement about what that looks like. And I don't know if you have any of that off the top of your head. I don't expect you to, but maybe that's something that could be provided at some point so that if we did entertain this, you know, what does that look like in practice?
Yeah, I absolutely can. And I have brought this up to our community of practice, and there's quite a few communities are very happy to answer questions and share, you know, how they have partnered or what that looks like and how it's benefited their community. So happy to do that.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I'm not seeing any more questions, and I think, Danny, you know, it's our practice to not make motions on the evening that a delegation is here. But well, like what you've been talking about has been heard. There's been a number of supportive opinions, so it'll come back to us at our next meeting, and we'll take it from there. But thank you for making time to be with us this evening, and just have a good evening. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Okay, and we're getting into reports now, and the first one is BC Transit update with our good friend Seth Myers. Seth Myers, sorry. That's later in the evening. Seth Wright. And you're welcome to sit there or the podium, whichever you prefer. You look pretty comfortable.
I'll take that as a compliment. Seth Meyers is a lovely man, smart, sharp, good looking. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. I am pleased to be able to present a little bit about service delivery and some BC Transit metrics that I hope the board might find interesting. I'll dive right into service delivery. Over the last 3 years, I've presented statistics on service delivery by service hour of transit service on the road. And as you can see from these numbers, there's been a number of months where our operating company, Keolis, has failed to meet BC Transit's targeted service delivery objective of 99.5%. So 99.5% is considered what we want to see operating companies. We recognize that there's going to be some inability to address canceled service on occasion when operators fall sick or there's incidences that happen that require people to go home. There will always be some service cancellations, but we'd like to keep that number low. We've had a number of months that have fallen below this target, and so we're working through Keolis on a number of strategies for corrective action. In particular, I would just highlight that December 2023 through to February 2024 were significantly impacted by the strike and cancellation of service during those particular months. Keolis has identified a service strategy that they've employed in the last couple months to address the service delivery issues that they've been facing over the last few years. In particular, they've hired 2 new spare board operators. I would highlight that spare board operators is a strategy that's employed in many of our larger transit systems. Places like Victoria have several spare board operators that come and sit at the beginning of a shift and are available for service to fill in when other drivers call in sick to be able to ensure 100% service delivery on the road. So this is a maturation of Comox Valley's transit system. They've also created this afternoon standby strategy, which is that they offer drivers the ability to work a few extra hours. They have hired a number of new recruits, and they've indicated that there's strong interest in taking extra works from these new recruits, and also indicated that with their expanded driver pool, they're seeing more eager drivers and casual operators ready and willing to step up, so that they've seen and been able to deliver on 100% service over the last couple of months, and we're hopeful and will be working with them to ensure that they continue to uphold that standard. We're also working on a longer-term strategy for service delivery through our contract management strategy, and that's something we're working on as we revise our contracts with our operating companies across the province. So the first upgrade to this will be in our contracts that we sign for the fiscal year starting in April 2026, and we'll be changing some of the contract language to implement more rewards and incentives and penalties to ensure that we're achieving that 99.5% service delivery target, and also that customer service inquiries and other aspects of operating transit are done effectively and robustly to the standard we expect. BC Transit will also be working with Keolis in light of some of these chronic service delivery challenges to ensure that service delivery remains strong and their recruitment is proactive and sufficient to deal with driver retention issues that have been occurred in the last couple of years. I would like to just highlight a couple of strategies that BC Transit has to deal with service cancellation. And the first one is we have a website, alerts.bctransit.com, which provides all the service alerts. Comox Valley currently has a lot of service alerts when I took this screenshot, and most of those service alerts are to do with the construction projects of the downtown Comox and North Island College Exchange and active detours that are resultant of those 2 capital projects. But the Keolis operating company has a portal that they input any service alerts, and customers that subscribe through this website can receive emails saying that there's an impact service on the route that they've signed up for. I want to go to this ridership metric report, and I'm just going to pull this paper version beside me because I apologize, that's a lot of numbers on the screen. I just want to highlight a few rows in particular. I've highlighted in the first row that I've highlighted is service hours, and I always look at the actual columns for the last fiscal year, which is April 1st, 2024 to end of March 2025. So it's now a few months old. But what we saw in the Comox Valley is we had 38.5 thousand service hours, and in comparable what BC Transit calls tier 2 conventional communities, which is systems like Campbell River and Cowichan Valley, they had 31,500 hours. So Comox Valley is sort of bigger than the average community in that classification. And then when I look at passenger trips per service hour, we have 23.2 passenger trips per service hour riding the bus versus 19 in the average across the province. Looking at passenger trips, we see nearly 900,000 passenger trips in the fiscal year, and the average systems had the tier average was closer to 600,000, which is really something worth celebrating. It's 47% above the tier average, so that's a significant improvement for Comox Valley above the other systems of that size and for communities of that same size. Finally, passenger trips per capita. So this is based on the population that lives within 400 meters of any bus route, is 16.6 in the Comox Valley, and peer communities are 13.6. So Comox Valley outperforms the average communities of its size on all of the metrics across the board, and that's something that we should be proud of. I have now presented a chart that perhaps feels a little bit overwhelming. What it highlights across the top is automatic passenger counter data by week of the year, starting in April 2023 and running to the end of March 2024. We can see that ridership through April to the end of June was pretty strong, and then there's a summer drop when the school kids stop taking the bus, and then you can see it picks up in September, runs through to December. That very, very low week is week 53 of the calendar year, and it was only a couple days, and it was mostly New Year's, and everyone's at home with their families, so people aren't taking the bus too much. But then in January, ridership actually surpassed September ridership, which is perhaps a little bit unusual to see such high ridership in January, but January through March ridership was exceptionally strong. On the bottom, you see route level on-time performance metrics, and BC Transit's on-time performance metric is 72.5% on time, which is categorized as or defined as up to 1 minute early and up to 3 minutes late is on time. Before that is indicated if the bus is too early, which the bus driver needs to slow down if they're too early. So the bus doesn't arrive at the stop before the passengers do. Then it's indicated in red, and if they're running late because there's too much traffic or some other issue on the road, then it's indicated in blue. And there is growing congestion in the Comox Valley, as we see in every community. We have a couple of routes that are doing quite poorly, and I would say a route like the Route 15 requires some corrective action. The Route 3 certainly requires some corrective action. By and large, Comox Valley is doing quite well, doing considerably better than some comparable communities that we've really been struggling with congestion issues in. But there is room for improvement, and we continue to work with our scheduler as well. It's been highlighted that in your expansion request to the province for next year, you've identified some hours to address on-time performance and ensure that you can continue to arrive at bus stops on time to ensure that these numbers are strong and healthy. And we would work with our scheduling team to identify what trips and what routes need to be allocated additional time or additional minutes here and there to to ensure that these metrics continue to be strong. That is my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions and recognize you also have a full agenda. So thank you for dedicating this time to transit.
Great, thanks so much, Seth. And there's a couple of questions, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. As I said last year when you came, there's much to celebrate in terms of our long-term strategy really working. Like number one, I remember when I joined in 2018, like we hadn't invested in transit a lot back then, but to see that sort of ridership and numbers and that anchor number one kind of axis, like our plan is really working, and that's heartening. I'm there's the my only comment today is just harping. People are used to hear me advocate for Area A because we're the third child. The first child is Courtney and Comox, and then I've got my sibling, my second child right here with Cumberland. And I just want to highlight in the table that even though Cumberland, like the second child, is getting buses every hour, and Area A, the third child, is getting buses every 2 hours, that we actually beat their ridership last year. We're getting better grades. We got 22,000 APC or whatever you call it, and you got 20,000. So no, we need more buses. We'll take this outside. Thanks very much.
All right, and Director Morin, go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, and I know that you're working on the performance piece around service delivery. And I guess when you look at the percentages, if you're writing an exam, 98% or 87% would look great, but those percentages do represent people who are not getting where they need to go. So I guess whether that's work or appointments or whatever. So I guess I'm curious what these percentages do equate. I mean, I know you're not going to know the exact numbers, but we're probably talking, yeah, dozens of people who are not getting where they need to go. And I guess I'm also curious whether you've had feedback about people just kind of giving up on, who just can't rely on the service center, just saying, I used to take it to work all the time, but I can't rely on it anymore. So I'm just curious whether you have anything around that and how many, how many people does this represent who are really getting impacted by the services, which I do see are getting, the performance is getting better, but.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I would say it's very hard to quantify the number of people that are missed because the bus doesn't show up because by the nature.
Yeah.
I did do some analysis. The analysis that I was able to do, and just for conversation with your local staff, was looking at our ridership, which is based on a financial assumptions based on the fare box revenue we receive, and comparing that month to month with service delivery targets. And we did see some impact, but very marginal impact. And I think part of that is a testament to the work that when they do cancel service, and especially when the service cancellations are up in that 10% plus range for those few select months that they've really been struggling with operator retention or operator sickness, is that they've thought carefully about what service to cancel. In a community the size of Comox Valley, it's an incredibly difficult piece, because if you're in Director Arbor's constituency and you cancel a Route 10 or a Route 20, that person is stranded and they don't have transportation. It might be the last trip of the day, and we don't want to leave people stranded. That's critical. If we do it on the Route 1, then we're probably leaving 40 people on the side of the road. So there's a challenge with what routes do you cancel at what time, and our operating company staff have thought carefully when they've had to make those hard decisions, and often consulted with BC Transit and with local government, with CVRD staff on input and considerations and in making those decisions to try and mitigate and minimize that impact. To your second question, which I think was more qualitative, which is what is the experience and have we seen a ridership decline? I think in looking at the statistics, we haven't seen a ridership decline. And I think that perhaps speaks to the dependency that a lot of our riders are use transit, not necessarily as their first choice of transportation, but as a necessity. And I think that that's just a reality of transit in a smaller community that a lot of folks will, if they have transportation options, they'll choose to ride their bike or drive a car. But we want transit to be a mode choice, and we want it to be part of the climate change solution. So we need to do better, and we need to continue to fulfill the BC Transit mandate, which is transportation solutions that you can rely upon. So that's why we're working on all these strategies to ensure 100% service delivery. And I think ultimately the conversations and the complaints we've heard are things that definitely elicit a strong response to us and causes us staff to have serious conversations about how do we make this better, and how do we ensure that transit is living up to its promise for the community we serve.
Mm-hmm. Just a quick follow-up, Chair. So just related to that, for those, I mean, and I appreciate you don't, if the bus doesn't come, you don't know who, unless someone calls in and complains or writes in. But for those folks that have been impacted and have made those complaints, is there anything that's being done to, I guess, you know, free bus passes or anything for their inconvenience or anything like that that's happening if you have someone that's been impacted significantly?
I think, unfortunately, we haven't been in a position to offer any incentives. We do have some consideration and some dialogue and discourse in that. Um, Ultimately, fares are set by local government, so that
Yeah.
is certainly an incentive that local government could entertain. So yourselves as the local government partner could entertain if you wanted to do that, and direct staff to have a discretionary fund. We do have transit systems in Nanaimo, which was previously mentioned today, is a transit system administered by local government where they do have some discretionary funds to be able to deliver this. In conversations with staff here previously on this topic, I think the orientation was that it wouldn't help to incentivize further impact to transit, and we want to ensure that the operating company is
Well, yeah,
compelled
I guess
to
that's sort of
achieve
what I'm getting
100%
at.
service
Yeah,
delivery.
thinking about us providing the incentives, but anyway, thanks.
I might just, oops, I might just add to that, that on occasion, when there is a member of the public that's continues to be really, really upset about missing trips, we have offered free passes, bus passes in the past. So it happens occasionally, but not very regularly.
Okay, great. And Director McCollum, I'm sure we'll be able to hear you better now.
Yeah, sorry about the poor connection earlier. Yeah, well, first of all, thank you very much for this report and following up on the direction given and really taking seriously the issues that we've had around reliability in the last number of months. I think that was back in May that we last talked about this, and I see you nodding, so close close enough. And I think the figure that was provided or guessed at the time was around 5% of the trips weren't being delivered, which is quite accurate based on this table. That's what it was back in May. And clearly there's a lot of months that's actually quite a bit better than that. And then July was, you could say, twice as bad at 1 in 10 trips not happening. But rambling a little bit about the chart, but it's great to see in that time that the last couple months we are seeing the target being met. And I think that's really positive. And I'm hopeful that this added attention and concerted effort by both BC Transit staff and our staff and our contractor will lead to a better reliability. I mean, given that it's, you know, it says service if you show up for it and the bus comes on time, you don't necessarily take a tally and think, oh, great, the bus came on time. You really just remember the time that you went to catch the bus and it did not get you to where you're going. So I appreciate that our target is 100% as it should be, and recognizing that can't always be the case. One question I had was there's a bullet in the slide just around contract management strategy and working with the contractor going forward. And I guess we haven't really delved, and I'm not sure if this is a question that can be answered in an open meeting, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there language in our contract about what occurs when these objective or these targets are not met? I mean, back in July, only 90% of the trips were made under our contract. Does that mean that only 90% of the trips were also billed? Like how does that work out financially for both the CVRD, the contractor? Is there a language around a financial penalty for, when targets are missed, say more than a couple times, or what does that look like? And hopefully you're able to share that.
Sure. I'm gonna consciously sidestep part of the question around what the details of the contract are, but I will say that when there's missed service, that part of that reporting, that significance for reporting, is for BC Transit to be able to pay the operating company for the actual service delivered, and so BC Transit's finance department runs those invoices and then accordingly sends the bill to the CVRD, and CVRD is only obliged to pay for the service actually delivered, and BC Transit only pays the operating company. The piece around penalties in contract and incentives in the contract is a piece that BC Transit continues to work on.
Okay, yeah, that does answer my question. And I mean, I think the small savings is maybe beside the point as well, because I mean, we would like to be paying 100% and having all those trips run, but if they're not, it is good to understand that is in fact being calculated when the bill is being paid. So thanks for that answer.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I was thinking something similar, and certainly like that's an incentive for the operator, that if you're down 5 or 10%, that's a significant hit to your top line. So that provides lots of incentive to be providing on-time service. I don't see any further questions, and this is just for receipt. So thanks very much, and have a safe drive back down Island.
Thank you.
And next we have the audit service plan. Yes, for the year. Yes. Okay. And Corey Vanderhorst is here, but I'll pass it over to our CAO to introduce it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Corey Vanderhorst is online. However, Katie Powell, our Manager of Financial Operations, will be introducing the report, and I think then introducing Corey. So Katie, over to you.
Great. Thank you, James. Through the CAO and the Chair of the Directors, good evening. The audit service plan for 2025 is being provided to the board today for information. The plan and engagement letter have been prepared by MMP, who's the CVRD's external auditors. The audit is an annual process, so review of the audit service plan may be familiar. However, as a reminder, professional standards require that the auditor communicate with those charged with governance annually. The board exercises its independent authority related to the audit by meeting with the auditors to receive and review the annual audit service plan. We're anticipating that MMP will provide their audit findings report to the board in May of 2026, which is aligned with timing for presentation of the financial statements. So the audit service plan that's in front of you today is of similar form and content to prior year. So the board's welcome to ask any questions of the auditor throughout this process, but Corey is not going to be providing a detailed overview of the plan. He is here online though to provide answers to any questions that you might have. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Great. Thanks, Katie. Hello to the board. Thank you for inviting me here to attend. Apologies for not being in person at some other commitments this afternoon. As Katie mentioned, I don't have a formal presentation. A couple quick highlights on the audit plan in front of you is that there are no major changes to audit standards or accounting standards for the 2025 year. So we expect it to be a very consistent look to the financial statements. There is a change coming for 2027 that both staff and ourselves will be working through, and a change of presentation. We'll be giving some more information in 2026 and fall of 2027 as we get closer to that change. Another important piece there is the number of materiality, or the amount of materiality that is important for the audit. It drives our audit testing. It is our threshold for giving you a clean audit opinion. That number for 2025 is proposed to be $5 million. That's calculated as 5% of your annual revenues. Last year, this number was $4.5 million. So as some of your revenues are climbing, with the various services you're providing and requisitions, well, that number moves in line to keep the scope of the audit the same and making sure you're getting an efficient audit. However, that number does feel large at $5 million. We have to look at every transaction over $5 million, but we do sample at a much smaller level to make sure we're comfortable with the payroll expenses, the regular expenses, the capital projects, recreation and utility billing revenue, all those transactions that would be well below $5 million, but we do look at them on a sample basis. So I will turn it back to Katie. Again, thank you for having me here today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about our planned audit approach.
Great, thanks, Corey. And then we'll go first to Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I guess our sound just changed a bit. Is it me or it's my? Can you hear me well? Everybody? Yeah. Okay. I guess my question is for Corey, and we're having such vibrant and captivating conversations at the regional district right now around asset management. And I'm just wondering, as auditor, if you've seen changes or an enhanced focus on asset management, or if you do special reports to kind of assess the state of those programs across your client base, and just anything you can add, because we're hearing from our staff that the expectations around asset management has been amped up a lot across governments. And I'm just wondering if that could be potentially part of an auditing plan in the future to have a special focus on that.
Sure. Thank you, Director Harper. Good question. Several years of focus on that asset management piece for sure. With federal government shifts, we are seeing a little bit more emphasis on that being a component of shovel ready, that there is a fully fleshed out asset management plan. One of the pieces to that is that there's a significant engineering element to an asset management plan with the condition assessments, replacement costing and timing and things. So there's a little bit of a joint accounting engineering element to it. To your question of could it be scoped into audit processes? I expect it would be when we're looking at grants and grants that you're receiving, and whether you're eligible, filling those eligibility requirements that are starting to pop up. Otherwise, I would expect that it would be sort of an add-on, an additional scoping to actually look at asset management plans and things that are in place. It's not generally in the scope of a standard audit. We are aware of many of our clients up and down the island and the coastal region are doing a significant focus on asset management. So definitely a hot button topic. I'm not surprised that you're seeing it at the board table.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. The uptick, I was thinking about it, was more on the long-term financial risk. I think a couple of years ago, I had made comments around level of debt, and you had actually said, yeah, with the severity, we do need to pay attention to that. But if we layer in projected future costs, then maybe our financial risk profile increases. So it was more under that dimension, more than the actual implementation today that I was referring to. But I think your comments were useful just for seeding some thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, and to the long-range planning piece, that is something we're starting to see. And again, we have some of our consulting folks that do look at the long-range plans and sort of poke at the assumptions and the reasonability of them. So that is something that we have seen. We have some specialists on project management and the asset side. So as that works its way into your long-range planning, that is something that we've been starting to see, yes.
All right, great. Thanks, Corey. And it's a question from Director McCall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the summary, Corey. Yeah, I've asked this question in the past around yeah, the number for materiality, and I understand it's basically a simple calculation that's related to our total revenue, but it always strikes me that for an organization like a regional district, that practice is just a bit of a misalignment because the services that we deliver are so siloed, but then we take this top number of the whole organization and that's what we assign materiality for. And I can't imagine that there's more than one or two transactions that really require scrutiny at that high of a threshold, but that's fine. We don't need to pick that apart, but I do have a concern about it every time this comes around. But the other question I'm curious about when it comes to, you know, these numbers that are assigned to audits is what is the threshold for a misstatement, like in terms of having to do a correction and repost? It must be quite a bit smaller than 5 million.
Yes, thank you, Director. So in terms of when we're discussing items with staff, we would use 10% of that number. So $500,000 is where we would have conversations with staff. If we found something under that, we are also bringing that to staff's attention. And sort of between the $500,000 and $5 million mark, it's a conversation with staff of, do they want to make the adjustment? Or are they willing to live with that? I mean, we come to the table with a summary of unadjusted items that might be there every year, as long as it's under $5 million, either individually or as a sum total. I can still give you that clean opinion. But that would be the line. 500,000 would be that important number of what are we bringing and talking to staff about. And we're required to talk to them at that amount. But quite honestly, if we see anything that's over 100 or 200,000, we're definitely having conversations.
Thanks for that. That makes good sense to me. And there's no other place. Can I keep going? I have a couple questions. Sorry. The other question I had is just and I mean that you must get asked this on a regular, but it seems to me one of the biggest risks internally in local government and larger organizations, not necessarily limited to local government, is like fraudulent transactions, figuring out ways to. A common one that I've seen in the news many times is some employee makes a fake company and pays fake invoices to their fake company. And so, we have these numbers of kind of sampling, but what I'm wondering about is what type of audit practices have changed in the last number of years to provide better scrutiny around those types of kind of, bad actors in an organization, and how are we protecting ourselves against that type of fraud?
Yeah, absolutely. So a few things for that. I mean, and one of the things is every year as auditors, we do what we call an unpredictability test. We change up a procedure somewhere along the way so that staff doesn't get used to our procedures and complacent and know what they're expecting to see. So along those lines, those unpredictability procedures, sometimes we're looking for duplicate addresses in payroll or expenses to see if someone has created false vendors. We'll do random vendor checks to make sure that it's actually a legitimate company. Any sort of those duplicate invoice, duplicate payment amount checks to see. Oftentimes with these frauds, someone's putting down a small amount, $20, $100, really accumulating it over time. So we look at those. Another thing that we are doing is we're running the entire general ledger detail, every transaction for the year through a piece of software that's analyzing every transaction against 40 or 50 different risk criteria and spitting back, here's some transactions to go look at. And we are required to look at every single one of those transactions, make sure we're comfortable with it. If someone has to make an adjustment or a correction, reverse a journal entry, we're going to go look at it. We're going to have a conversation of what is this? If we see patterns and unusual things, we'll be talking to the management. If there's anything that's significant, of course, we would be coming to the board table. We always deal with what we would call every organization has a level of the ability for management override, right? Upper level people in management with access to the finance system could post entries and do things. So we're flagging those. Is there an entry that went in without the proper review on it? Without giving too much away, because I know staff is in the room and they know that we're poking at things. But it's something we take very seriously. Is that accountability piece and making sure that we're checking for things. That being said, an audit is not foolproof. We are sampling things. We're doing the best we can to find things and look at some of those sort of classic fraud scenarios. But I can't walk back in here in the spring and tell you that I could have possibly caught everything. There's some of the schemes and things get more and more sophisticated. Some of the things that are in the news lately, are external frauds that are happening against your organization. So we really strongly encourage that you keep on that program of awareness and knowledge with staff, not to click links. What we're seeing a lot is the sophisticated social engineering where someone will spoof an email and it looks like a legitimate request from the director of finance or the finance manager. And so we're encouraging, when staff gets something that looks unusual, pick up the phone and call and say, is this, did you really just send me a request for $1 million or to change a bank account? Because those are some of the ones that we've seen in the news. The internal bad actor ones, as you said, that's making some pretty good headlines in the last month or two. And those are some of the things that we do to make every effort we can to catch it. But again, the limitations of an audit are there. I can't walk in and tell you with 100% certainty that there isn't anything that could have happened.
That's fair. Sorry, and I have one last question.
Yeah.
The report highlights that there is a new requirement to change the financial statement presentation.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think previously there was maybe options and now it's becoming more prescriptive as to how that information is presented. And so I'm just wondering if, based on our past practice versus what these changes are, if we should expect a noticeable change on, say, the income statement, or if we're already fairly in line with what the new standard is outlining.
So the income statement particularly will be fairly similar. You won't see a lot of change there. What you will see for the most part is on the balance sheet. It's actually going to balance again with assets and offsetting with liabilities and equity, as well as some new categories. So liabilities, for example, is going to be split up into what's called financial liabilities. You're gonna pay cash or settle it with funds, when non-financial liabilities that might have other ways of being settled. Like, for example, if somebody prepaid for their water bills, you owe them water, not cash. So there's some of those things. There will also be some new statements or a shuffling around. The current statements have a focus on that net debt or net financial asset position. That focus is moved to a new statement, a separate statement. So really, it's going to be the balance sheet looking a little bit different and hopefully making a little bit more sense in terms of, what are you going to be paying out in cash or what are you going to be providing services for? And then a few other statements. I think the operating statement, income statement, you won't see too much change there.
That's actually sounds fairly significant. Thanks for outlining that.
Yeah, it will be a significant project for staff. I mean, for the most part, it's shuffling line items and amounts around and presenting them differently. It should not mean a day-to-day change to the how the books are being kept, but it will definitely be a presentation change.
Thanks.
You.
All right, great. So I see no further questions. We're just on receipt. It's been moved and seconded. So anyone opposed to receipt? All right, and that carries. Thanks very much, Corey. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good night.
And so next we have the final Comox Valley Tourism Strategy and Tourism Service Bylaw Amendment. And I will pass this over to James.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa Kilpatrick is here to introduce our report and our guests. Lisa Kilpatrick is our Community Development and Resilience Manager, and is ready to go.
Lisa, do you need me to plug our computer in for the presentations? Yes. Do you have your stick?
No. Well, it was too big of a file. It didn't go through on their end. It shows the thing. Yeah. Yeah, it shows it better. My sent messages and it's all there. Not just some random people doing this project. Right. That's fair. He is what the next step after ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, it's us, not us. Okay. So we'll do the presentation, answer questions. There's
To begin kind of on slides, or Lisa, do you want to begin on slides and we'll wait for the technology? Oh. Oh, looks like we're seeing it.
We should get the MRDT one ready too.
All right, through the chair to the directors, our apologies, a little bit of a technical glitch there. These guys provide such vibrant presentations that the file was too big and didn't make it through for this evening. So thank you very much. So in July, we came forward to the board and we presented the draft strategic framework for the future of tourism in the Comox Valley. The board approved that framework and then we went out to public feedback on that. We're here today to present the result of a lengthy engagement process and the final feedback that was received over the last several months. We'll share the completed tourism strategic document with you for approval. And then we'll also discuss the changing of the tourism service bylaw to expand the purpose of the tourism service, as well as the destination marketing and the tourism information servicing that we could currently provide. This will enable us to ensure that the strategy can move forward in its full function and meet the demands of the community, which was really to enable tourism to be a force in economic, social, and environmental well-being. So I'll pass it over to Callan Matthews and Tanya. Thank you. Who most of you are very familiar with. The one thing I will just point out that Tanya does live here locally, and through the tourism service and the the services that Forever Strategies provide. Tanya is our local tourism destination specialist.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And before I pass things over to Tanya, who'll be kicking off our presentation this evening, I also just wanted to acknowledge and thank David Roper from the Old House Hotel here. David is the chair of the Tourism Advisory Committee, puts a huge amount of volunteer time and energy into leading the advisory committee group and providing feedback to our team. So really grateful for you making the time as always to be here. And thank you for everything you do, David. It goes, unsaid too often.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say we're grateful to be here today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Comox First Nation. As Lisa mentioned, we are here today to present the final draft strategy, tourism strategy. It covers the areas of the regional tourism service, which is all 3 municipalities, as well as the electoral areas A, B, and C, but not including Denman and Hornby Island. As Lisa mentioned, this process was very comprehensive and included a lot of background research, as well as the development of a situational analysis, which is a separate document that's actually slightly longer than the 10-year tourism strategy plan. It is linked through the 10-year tourism strategy plan, but it's quite a comprehensive document that includes overviews of all the communities, data and insights, market analysis, competitive review of other destinations, as well as a little bit more in-depth background information on Experience Comox Valley. We also conducted some extensive multi-phase engagement, which began in late 2023 and continued on to this year. And also just want to acknowledge the support that we've received from the Tourism Strategy Steering Committee. They've been with this process since the beginning and met a number of times over the past almost 2 years. We've done meetings and workshops with them, and they review all of the draft materials and get summaries of all the engagement that we do and everything that we've heard. And basically this resulted in 5 different theme areas with a total of 12 goals, 22 objectives, and 89 actions within the 10-year tourism strategy. After we received approval of the draft strategic framework, we did bring that forward for a final round of feedback, which included public, council presentations, local government staff, and the final version that we have here that was included within the report reflects all of those changes that we heard. Including one of the ones that we heard a few times was a need for an increased emphasis on growing economic contributions from tourism and making that really clear within the document and the strategy itself. So that's reflected through a number of changes, including a slight change to the vision and an addition of a new goal under the Empower a Resilient and Inclusive Tourism Economy. The final document itself also contains a little bit of context setting. So just some high level information from the situational analysis is included within, introduction and executive summary, background information, as well as some appendices for people that are looking to dive a little bit deeper into how this strategy was developed. It also includes some example key performance indicators under each of the themes so that people can get an idea of what kind of measures we might be looking at, and a draft implementation matrix. If approved, we will basically take the document and beautify it up a little bit with some infographics and a little bit more brand aligned visually. This is just a quick overview of the table of contents. Again, I mentioned a number of those key things that have gone into this document. And I just wanted to sort of summarize some of the overarching goals from the strategy. As I mentioned, there are 12 different goals across the 5 themes. Some of the goals were very closely aligned and there was a little bit of overlap. So when you take all 12 of those and kind of distill them down into a summary, these are the key areas that you get, including partnership and government, economic growth, community and quality of life, environmental and cultural stewardship, product and experience development, and sustainable infrastructure and connectivity. So now Callum will go over some of the changes. Yeah, there you go.
All right, thank you so much, Tanya. So, some of what I will be covering, you've all had the opportunity to review a few times before. I'm just going to focus on touching on some of the changes that have been made since we were last presenting to you based on kind of final public feedback at the tail end of our process. So when it comes to the vision statement here, the change highlighted in yellow, we moved from using kind of thriving tourism ecosystem to economy, plainer, simpler, more understandable language, and helps to kind of reinforce the kind of economic focus that is certainly a major driver of the strategy. The guiding principles are unchanged since last presented. And in terms of the strategic themes, no change here as well. In no particular order, the strategic themes are work together, strengthen stewardship of place, empower resilient and inclusive tourism economy, support connected communities and tourism infrastructure, and enhance year-round experiences for everyone. Within the work together area, there was one change that we made based on some feedback from local government staff, particularly around emergency preparedness and kind of the opportunity that we have for tourism to plug into emergency management. So, one change made to this priority area. We also have a set of example KPIs. These are, without going too much into the implementation side of things, as a part of the annual planning we have to do, which will focus on the implementation of this strategy once approved, we will have like much more specific KPIs. But this is hopefully capturing the kind of general direction of KPIs under this theme area. Active cross-sector participation, both within the Comox Valley and externally, working with our neighbors ultimately. Number of engaged groups or representatives collaborating with Experience Comox Valley, completion rate of tourism strategy action, so monitoring our implementation that Experience Comox Valley is leading on, as well as other partners. A resident sentiment score regarding tourism, so conducting ultimately a periodic survey of residents in the Comox Valley to understand, the benefits of tourism as well as its challenges. And we've worked, with the province to develop a kind of standardized resident sentiment survey, which then helps to create, a comparable report for Experience Comox Valley to other communities on Vancouver Island, which will be helpful for us. Annual MRDT revenue growth. This is really our primary indicator of, visitor numbers and economic contribution that we have available to us. And lastly, visitation data for key attractions and activities. And that can be directly from operators. It can be related to recreation facilities, airport, things like that. Next, we have strengthened stewardship of place. And the change that was made here is around a little bit of a language change, simplifying things, ultimately, having residents and visitors engaged and actively participating in shaping and evolving the cultural landscape in the Comox Valley. And our steering committee was really active in this idea that residents and visitors collectively make up a visitor experience and a sense of place. So being really particular about trying to include the resident perspective, resident engagement within the plan. So that's a theme that you'll see kind of throughout the document. And some example KPIs for this one: number of participants in Experience Comox Valley supported stewardship initiatives such as trail walks, restoration, cleanup, accessibility initiatives. Number of educational content pieces co-developed with Experience Comox Valley. So that could be working with partners in the education space, ultimately, storytelling, informing people, creating a deeper sense of love and appreciation and respect for the Comox Valley as a collection of communities and a natural environment as well. Total annual engagement with stewardship content, number of operators adopting sustainability platforms and certifications. And this is a big one, especially when working with travel trade operators in Europe. Having a certification is becoming almost an essential component if you want to work with travel trade. And working with travel trade is a key way to grow some of the economic benefits of tourism, get bookings earlier in the year, allow operators to drive rate through as we get closer to the summer season. So that's another key component that we want to provide support to operators on. Next, we have empower a resilient and inclusive tourism economy. And this is the area where there was, more changes than anywhere else. And this was based on feedback that we received at more the tail end of the planning process. My view of the plan is ultimately it's all about economic resilience and growth. And in tourism, we have a variety of levers to try to support that, from very traditional visitor information services and marketing, but destination development, experience development with operators, more careful management of the kind of impact that visitors have. Doing all of those things will result in economic growth and more well-being for our communities, but we wanted to make it a little bit more clear. So we have 2 new goals relating to this: grow a strong year-round tourism economy that increases sustainable investment in local jobs, and increase the economic benefits of tourism across all communities through the development and attraction of new markets. And then, do we have changes for this one, Tanya?
The objectives stayed the same.
Okay, yeah. So for this, the objectives really stayed the same. It was just about kind of trying to reposition and front load some of the kind of economic pieces based on the feedback that we received. And some of the example KPIs: number of participants in experienced Comox Valley supported training, workshops, mentorship, or career development programs annually; number of workers employed in tourism, both full-time and part-time; number of tourism businesses registered as living wage employers; overnight visitation numbers; annual MRDT revenue; visitor yield, so how much are visitors spending per person per trip in the Comox Valley; and again, resident participation in local tourism experiences during the shoulder season, recognizing that that can help business operators offset some of the slower times of year, things like dine around, etc. Next, we have support connected communities and tourism infrastructure, another one that everyone should be quite familiar with, and no changes here based on the feedback that we received at the tail end of the planning process. Example KPIs: visitor satisfaction score with the ease of navigating regional transportation options; funding leveraged for tourism-related infrastructure; number of publicly accessible water access points appropriate for diverse water-based tourism activities; total kilometers of trails, park pathways, and waterfront access routes that meet accessibility best practices; amount of online accommodation platform revenue. So that's the MRDT that's collected from Airbnb, HomeAway, VRBO, etc., directed towards affordable housing initiatives as another KPI. Next, we have enhance year-round experiences for everyone. This was another area where we didn't have any significant changes. In the example KPIs, number of businesses registered with Experience Comox Valley, and that's really focused on better understanding and increasing engagement of businesses that already exist, as well as helping to track new businesses that are being established in the Comox Valley. Increase in shoulder season visitation, number of new or enhanced experiences, attractions, events, workshops, or tours. Net Promoter Score for the Comox Valley as a destination. That's ultimately like a satisfaction rating that is very common in tourism and beyond. Number of businesses that are participating in a host ambassador program. Engagement with Experience Comox Valley marketing materials across all platforms and all ad buys. And yeah, kind of wrapping things up, in terms of strategy implementation, we do have a draft implementation matrix, which is really focused on supporting our team and the Tourism Advisory Committee in understanding investment levels, timeframe, project complexity, et cetera, as well as priority level for all of the 80+ actions within the strategy. And this is a dynamic document. It's a longer term plan, with it being 10 years. So it very much needs to be a living document in order for it to be effective from an implementation perspective. And that's where the Tourism Advisory Committee comes in, as well as our close involvement with staff at the regional district and CAOs from all the communities in the regional district. And because we do need a certain level of flexibility to be able to adapt to changing economic forces and realize potential opportunities. And lastly, a key component is expanding the mandate of the Comox Valley Tourism Service to include destination development and management. This was one of the very first kind of actions that emerged through the planning process, because we realized quickly with our steering committee and based on public involvement that The service is not currently equipped to be able to take on what's needed. Visitor information services and marketing are two really important pillars of tourism management, but there's much more that we need to be able to do. So that expanded scope of the service will help enable us to kind of meet the challenges and opportunities of today and move the strategy forward. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. And I'm looking around and I do see a couple of questions now, Director Arthur.
And always count on me, Chair. I really like the plan, and I think I think I love that it's got that community rooting orientation. Reminded me, a few years ago we were looking at stats on Hornby because tourism is a huge daily topic, a divisive topic in the community to an extent that it's not in the Comox Valley. But it was interesting when you were looking at, I was dicing the ferry stats at the time and our accommodation, but there was actually more family and friends visitors to the island in the summers than there were actually people with paid accommodation, right? And that kind of changes the optic on how you look at tourism and who comes from elsewhere and that kind of thing. And I'd be interested to dice those stats. I don't know if you have in the valley, you have, okay, great. Because I think we have a very humble kind of tourism sector compared to a lot of places. I know there's this, since we did this strategy, there's been a couple new hotels and there might be a couple more on the way, but it's still fairly humble. And I think having that community rooted plan really reflects probably the overall visitor profile that we get. And I'm glad that this seems to be really good collaborative spirit, both in the tourism industry and also just with the community at large. I've heard just good thing about what we're doing in the Valley.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we did a visitor intercept survey in 2024, and that data, the summary of it, and the insights that was collected, that's actually a part of the situational analysis, and it lives on our website as well. But it's great because now we have that benchmark, and then in future visitor intercept surveys, we can compare. Same with the Net Promoter Score. We have some of those benchmarks already. And then some of the KPIs that Callum mentioned, we don't have a benchmark for, like resident sentiment, for instance, is something we haven't done yet. So it'd be really great to create a benchmark for that and to be able to monitor and compare it over the years.
All right, thank you. And Director Morton.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I always enjoy your presentations. Really like the way you've tackled this this plan. Of course, my favorite section is always stewardship of place, and I love the mention of regenerative tourism and actually the definition of that, leaving it better than we found it. I do think we have a long way to go with that, but I do appreciate all the items that are in the plan that speak to that. I know when I travel, I try to have at least one experience where I feel like I am doing that in some way, or um, support the businesses that are doing that kind of work. And I know there's been a lot of discussion, particularly I found this past summer with whale watching in particular, and I think there are many businesses that feel like they are doing, their tourism business, but they're also promoting conservation and protection and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, there's just a lot of interesting discussion around how you really deliver on that. So I was curious around the, well, I guess two questions that are related, and one is around, are we branding the Comox Valley as a destination for like that regenerative tourism? Is that, I know it's all part of the package, and I know we're doing great marketing, and I see the social media, and I see that messaging, but I'm curious about that. And then in terms of the short, medium, and long term, I'm sorry, I was going to look back to see what the timelines were for that. If you could remind me what is considered short, medium, and long term, like how many years or? Yeah, before I just asked my other question around that.
Hang on, my pages are
And,
stuck
and the
together.
reason I ask is because under the section on stewardship of place, there were very few that were short. And it seems a little contradictory to me because I feel like we want to get that practice happening as soon as possible before we have impact to our, to place. So I'll let you answer that. And then I just
Yeah, so the short would be under 2 years.
Right,
And then medium being sort of that 2 to 5 year
right.
window.
Yeah, and I mean, I know these are all just details, but I would have loved to have seen a few more in there that were under short, because I think we don't want to wait for those impacts to happen. Like, I think we want to push that message a little bit more. That's just my feeling. And I won't mention the name of the business, but it's just one example of what I thought was a great example of this, and that was a local business that had a river shoreline cleanup. And then, of course, people were welcome to come back to that business and support them. But I just love those kinds of initiatives where they're really, walking the talk. So, if there was any way to, I don't know, just celebrate that more, I think that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for your question. So, so as far as a brand identity goes, and our strategy, of course, is we want to be recognized as a premier destination on Vancouver Island for, outdoor adventure, but also community culture, as well as a welcoming community. And one of the ways that we can do that, I mean, of course, with our messaging, any marketing that we do, we really want it to be those values and community aligned messaging that we're putting out there, just to make sure that we're capturing and attracting the right people. One of our target markets, we have 2 primary target markets based under the Destination Canada traveler segmentation. And one of them is outdoor adventurers, obviously. But the other one is cultural seekers. And what's really great about the cultural seekers as a demographic and as a behavioral pattern is they really seek to immerse themselves in local culture, kind of like what you were saying, where when you travel, you want to give back and you want to be mindful of your impact to the local community. The cultural seekers in that traveler segment that we really target our ads towards, that's exactly what their values are too. So by making sure that we're attracting those right value visitors to the Comox Valley, I think is really important. And then it's just again, like our messaging and making sure that we're really educating our visitors here on what to expect, as well as how they can better our community when they're traveling within it. I don't know if Callum, if you have anything else to add or.
Yeah, I don't think too much more to add than that, other than I think that we've obviously got it structured in a way with having these different kind of priority focus areas, but there is quite a lot of overlap. And when it comes to strengthening stewardship of place, there's certainly from a marketing perspective, lots of easy integrations that we can start making. Same in terms of how we're working at the visitor information center. So lots of opportunity to just kind of move some of those things forward sooner. One of the challenge areas that we do have from a funding perspective is that the current funding is not enough to be able to move the plan forward enough. And, we'll be talking more about that next up on the agenda. So I'll avoid saying anything more about that right now, but it does recognize what can we actually achieve right now, and what do we have to give a little time and wait for some more funding to come through until we can advance it.
Yeah, and I think the only other thing that I'll add is the implementation matrix that's in there is a draft, and yeah, as Callum mentioned, depending on the funding and the way that we can leverage things, we can look at that implementation metrics and make adjustments in terms of priority as we go.
Great feedback.
All right, great. And Director Brown.
Thanks. That's a really good segue. So at the Stewardship Conference Summit, whatever it was called, recently, there was a really great presentation that I'm not going to remember what the proper term of the program was, but it was partly sort of what Comox Lake Park does. So they take their profits and then 1% of their profits go to the Guardian program. And I just want to make sure that that enabling language is in this strategy somewhere. I see there's reference to Comox and culture and that sort of thing and partnerships. And do you think this strategy enables that kind of work? And is that something that you guys would be willing to encourage in the tourism business industry?
Yeah, that's a great question and a great point. It actually has come up. We had every year we sponsor, I guess, for lack of a better word, one of our members of our tourism advisory committee to go to the Impact Sustainability and Tourism Conference in Victoria. And one of the key things that they brought back with them from the last meeting was, we need this in the Comox Valley. Like, we need a way for businesses and to give back to a program. So it has come up as something that would be a really good fit here in the Comox Valley, and absolutely something that I would love to explore down the line for options. And yeah, there are definitely ways to enable it through this strategy and through the objectives.
The one other thing I'll add relating to that is that that fee program, which is up and running right now in Tofino, we've actually been supporting the Indigenous Tourism BC in building that program out provincially and having a framework that could work anywhere. The challenge is that, with the program in Tofino, it's a tribal park, and there's some nuances that are specific to Tofino and the Colloquiet First Nation. So the process is underway right now. I think in the next couple of months, we'll get a framework that can hopefully outline a pathway to bringing a similar sort of program to other communities.
Awesome, thank you. The strategy is great, by the way, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll go to Director Harper.
Yeah, thanks. And I know Dr. Hardy would know about these efforts as well, but just because you mentioned that, I was one of the first funders in my old role to fund the Havukmian Tribal Park in Tofino, and it was quite revolutionary to the fact I was managing federal money, and actually Ottawa did not want us to spend money on that because of the potential legal ramification, and we went ahead anyways, and it's a great success. It's attracted investment. It's actually attracted hydro projects. It's attracted all kinds of things, which something that just started with more of a tourism management focus around Kennedy Lake, and over time grew into an economic engine for Tlauqueyet. So yeah, it's really great to hear that you're involved with that as well.
All right, so we are currently on receipt. I don't see any more questions, so I'll dispense the receipt. Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you. And seconded. Any comment on that? You're going to post recommendation 1. That carries. Recommendation 2. Thank you very much. Any comment? Anyone opposed? And that carries. I imagine you guys will probably just stay roughly where you are, because the next item is the Comox Valley Municipal RDT application process update. And I'll pass this over to CAO Warren.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, Callum, and I think mostly Callum will be presenting, Tanya possibly. I asked that this come to this meeting as an update for the board in discussions with the chief administrators for the other municipalities. It's an important topic to continue on with, and there will be some decision making coming to the board in the next coming months. So I know this has been a presentation, I think it was in July or August at our board table. I thought it would be helpful to have an update from Callum at this time. And then, like I said, there will be some decision making along the way here. So just trying to share more information with the board as we go along. So Callum, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. And similar to the last presentation, lots of this content has been previously covered. We wanted it to just kind of be a part of the package and available to all of you, but I won't go through kind of the program background in the same level of detail. As you're aware, the collection rate is 2 or 3%. We're currently collecting 2% within the boundaries of the city of Courtenay. And there's lots of opportunity for us to further build our really successful tourism model that takes a regional approach. And the MRDT can be a really meaningful way for us to fund and action the plan we just presented. And I think ultimately have everyone help, every community would be paying its fair share, and it would be a much kind of more equitable approach than we have currently. The other key reminder, again, this is only applied to fixed roof accommodation properties. Campgrounds do not collect this, and it's out of our hands. We have general MRDT revenue, which you'll see later in a couple of slides. That's from your typical hotel, motel, etc., and the OAP, online accommodation platform revenue, from those short-term rental company platforms. Again, no new information here, but eligible expenses are quite broad. The only place we run into trouble is anything brick and mortar related, building trails, parking lots, any sort of infrastructure that would be typically a part of something that local government would be responsible for managing or building is not typically eligible. There's a very complicated, lengthy process to have exceptions there. But by and large, these are the eligible expenses. And a quick refresher on the process: we need to have strong governance in place, which we do. Partner industry engagement is a key part of the planning process, and that is already well underway. We develop a strategic business plan, a 5-year plan, as well as a 1-year tactical plan with corresponding budgets. And we're at the draft stage of that right now, receiving feedback. We have the next step of going out to industry and actually getting 51% support from accommodation properties that represent, when you tally all that up, a majority of rooms in the area. Then it goes to the local governments involved, getting letters of support or resolutions, bylaws to request the MRDT. And then the final step is submitting the application to Destination British Columbia, the Crown Corporation for Tourism, who then submit it to the Ministry of Finance, who then get Cabinet to approve it. So a little bit of a lengthy process from an administrative perspective, but just wanted to kind of give you a sense of what we were working on behind the scenes. I think very quickly in terms of the program benefits, it's a reliable performance-based funding. It's money that's collected from visitors, and that creates opportunities to reduce the tax burden on residents. It also enables us to better manage tourism, which is where the direction of the new plan really comes in a strong way, and expanding beyond marketing and visitor services is a core mandate. And we know that when MRDT is in place for a community, they see growth, they see better management if that's a focus area for them. And they often also see more investment. I often work with investors focused on the hotel sector, and they almost in the entirety of the investors I've worked with view MRDT in a community as a prerequisite for investment, because it shows that there's a governance model in place. There's a system, there's money going to market their property as well as the other experiences in the valley. So it does have a really significant driver of investment. And lastly, there's a lot of opportunity to support affordable housing, workforce housing programs by reinvesting the OAP portion into those sorts of initiatives. And then, as I've talked about a little bit before, the focus here is really about expanding and trying to cement the regional approach that we've all been working towards. I think that over the last several years, we've been able to get a lot of buy-in and show the effectiveness of Experience Comox Valley with, when comparing to other destinations of a similar size, is not super well resourced. And moving to 3% MRDT and expanding the collection area will really provide Experience Comox Valley with the opportunity, I think, to better meet that promise of supporting the entire regional district and all of its communities, and enable us to implement the strategy that we just presented, and have a little bit of a stronger focus on working with operators in the tourism space, helping them find ways to grow their business, find ways for them to kind of reduce the impacts and increase the benefits of tourism to the communities that they operate within. It will also help to create a more level playing field between the fixed roof accommodation properties. Right now, there is often a marginal rate difference from one community to the next. And I think a factor in that is that Courtenay is the only community currently collecting MRDT. So this will create a much more, I think, a fair and level playing field. And when it comes to the new properties that may be involved in MRDT, they're the collection point, but they are not paying. It's the visitors that are paying, and a really important thing for us to remember. And I think this can also help us to, further collaborate with rural areas in the Comox Valley. We've had a lot of pretty consistent dialogue with Mount Washington and others in Area C about the opportunity for working together more closely, looking at adjusting from a governance perspective membership on the advisory committee to make sure that there's broad representation. And we're hearing a lot of really positive comments about that potential opportunity from folks in more rural areas. And lastly, this regional approach will create a lot of efficiency. A couple of other communities have gone the route of having, everyone has their own MRDT. And then, so in our case, you could imagine how ineffective we would be if each incorporated community and area had its own tourism website with campaigns actively competing and bidding up Google search word prices. And it would just be very, very hectic and confusing to visitors. There's also a lot of reporting, as Tanya knows all too well. And that reporting does have administrative costs. So this approach results in a single set of reports, whereas our friends in the regional district of Mount Waddington have 4 or 5 versions of reports they have to do constantly. So this is the approach that makes sense. This is the approach that's supported by Destination British Columbia and the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sport. And they've been working with us around timelines because they are so supportive of this regional model. So here's the historic collection of MRDT within, again, just the boundaries of the city of Courtenay. I think this does, for me, tell a really cool story of recovery coming out of the pandemic in 2021. And it also shows that, since things stabilized in 2022, we have been able to drive incremental business to the Comox Valley. And the one thing that might stand out is the gross OAP number and the decline on that side. That is largely attributable to new regulations and decreased numbers of individuals operating short-term rentals. So less places to stay, less revenue being collected, less revenue remitted. And next we have some updated revenue estimates that will give you a bit of a sense of how much revenue we expect to collect across the Comox Valley. We're at 3%. Thank you, Tanya. And these numbers are shifting a little bit from time to time as we get new data. We want it to be as current as possible. But as you can see, really, you've got Courtenay as the biggest collector, and then the other communities here as well. I think this also, to me, speaks to the need to work together regionally. Each one of these places on their own, with the exception of Courtenay, does not have enough revenue to be effective as a tourism management organization. But by working together and having a regional approach, there's a really healthy budget that can enable the strategy to be implemented and help us drive new business and help also protect what makes the Comox Valley such a special place. And this slide a little bit hard to see, so my apologies, but this is just a bit of a snapshot of what we're looking at from a application process. We have already, we're at the draft stage right now for the 5-year and tactical plan. We had a really wonderful workshop on November 20th, and we had pretty broad representation from accommodation sector, nonprofits within the community, tourism operators, and there was a ton of excitement about the opportunity to drive the implementation of the 10-year tourism strategy with a regional MRDT at 3%. I think for me, overall, it was just really clear that there's a lot of positive momentum for this from industry. And for folks that attended, it was really, I think, a no-brainer that this is, really presents a significant opportunity for us to move our work forward as Experience Comox Valley. And just as much as anything, a little bit of a heads up for what to expect. Our submission date for this MRDT application is a little bit in flux. We've got a couple key components, the biggest of which is the signature collection process from the fixed roof accommodation properties. We're kind of shifting our focus now to outreach to those properties and starting to collect signatures very early in the new year. We obviously can't submit the 5-year plan and 1-year tactical plan, corresponding budgets, and seek approval from local government until we have the accommodation support numbers in place. Ultimately, we're looking to get this completed as soon as we reasonably can. I think we're looking kind of late winter, early spring as a likely outcome for that. We're working to try to get some holds on calendars for board and council meetings with CAOs. But really, the signature collection process does, in a big way, drive our timelines here. And we are keeping the Destination BC team and Ministry of Finance in the loop around what timing looks like. If we submit, into March or April, there is a possibility that there would be a gap in the collection of the 2% tax in Courtenay, between that and moving to 3% in a bigger area. It may not happen. It's really based on when cabinet meets. So we do have I think, a pretty good safety buffer built into that. But if there was a delay in collection for a couple of weeks or, even a month or two, the opportunity for increased revenue at 3% and regional will quickly make that difference up versus staying with the current 2% approach in the city of Courtenay. So we will be working with staff to figure out, when we'll be coming to the municipalities for support, as well as the board here. Our plan right now is to be able to present the strategic business plan and tactical plan for feedback at one presentation, and if needed, we can come back a second time to kind of seek the letter of support from the incorporated communities, as well as the bylaw and resolution needed at the regional district. All right, happy to answer any questions on this one now. Thank you.
All right, we have a question queued up, Director Arbor.
Yes, thanks. And thanks for explaining some of the process. I realize there's a regional ship here, but wearing my Area A hat, I know not everyone is excited about the MRDT, and I will be paying attention to how businesses in Area A respond to this for sure. And I know there's some challenges there for sure. And this being said, I think your presentation is good. What your presentation hasn't addressed, which last time I had asked, and maybe it's between staff and us and your stakeholders, but there was no mention of what portion of that 3% would go to our newly created housing authority, which is about to get adopted today. I did say that increasing to 3%, and for us to join the MRDT, I would love to see part of those funds go to affordable housing, which is allowed. Cortes Island has directed 100% of their MRDT to affordable housing. I don't expect that will be the case here. However, there was zero mention of what portion of the increase may go to housing in the distribution of revenue. And to me, that's an important consideration as we move forward. My final point is on the camping and RV. I know 4VI has a ton of experience across the island. And I took a pause around resolutions last year. I didn't submit any resolutions to AVICC and EBCM. I was tired and having a new job. But this year I'm like gung-ho. If you have some ideas, please contact me, because I'd be happy to sponsor a resolution to add advocating to the province and test it with municipal partners to add camping and RVs. I think it makes no sense like that they don't pay and that only fixed roof accommodations pay. In a place like Hornby, it could double the MRDT revenue. And I think part of the thinking, I don't know how they got a free pass. And I don't understand. And maybe the province think that campgrounds are still just like little $15-20 a night or something. But that reality is long past. And people that travel in RVs have capacity to pay. And so if you wish to put some thoughts to paper, send me an email that I can turn into a resolution. I would bring it back to this table in January. And what was that? Yeah, I would be happy to work on that.
Thank you very much. And I think that would be great. We'd love to provide some kind of supporting information relating to the campground side of things. I think it would be a big difference maker. And with respect to the affordable housing or workforce housing, we have been having a lot of discussion with the CAOs about that specific topic. It was also something that did come up during the engagement session and conversations with the Tourism Advisory Committee as well. The challenge is trying to find a point that kind of everyone can live with, whether it's, at the, elected officials level, but also within the tourism industry and the accommodation properties. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but something that we're, talking about regularly. Lisa, are you okay? Yeah. A couple other words on that one, I think, from Lisa, if that's all right.
I know. So I think at this point, in building out the 5-year MRDT business plan, the full amount of the OAP will be retained, proposed to be retained for affordable housing. And then just on the last slide there, when we come back to the board and councils and also EASC, part of that discussion will be the OAP options for considerations in terms of how those revenues are shared with the communities.
Yeah, thank you. If I can provide my feedback, the only leverage I have is my support to the whole initiative around the MRDT as a non-participant. I will not participate, I think, without a contribution to affordable housing and preferably the housing authority. And second, I am very concerned that it's tied to the OAP because the OAP is a declining source of revenue, as we're seeing in the chart. It was at 300,000, it's down to 100,000. I mean, the city of Courtenay has a bylaw that doesn't allow for vacation, so this should continue to diminish. The rural areas are also supposed to diminish. So this is not, to me, an acceptable framework for contribution to affordable housing. I think it should be a fixed percentage over the overall revenue. And so that's my message back to the stakeholders. And the only card I have is to not participate in the regional process. I'm just flagging that. Thank you.
So I think what we can do too is, as well as we will have conversations with the DBC folks in the ministry to understand the process at this point in the 5-year business plan development. So what you're proposing and asking is if a portion of the general MRDT could go to affordable housing. So what is required of us from that point as part of the business plan, we'll have to explore that. The OEP, it's easy for us to say, that each of the communities is working on affordable housing, and obviously the regional district is working on the housing authority. That's an easy response in that part of the application. But from the general MRDT, we'll have to question that. And then of course it will be also the business community that will be taking a look at that. Not the business community, sorry, the accommodators will be taking a look at that if there is an addition in the business plan to use general MRDT for that purpose.
Great, and thanks for raising that, Director Harper, and we'll go to Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Totally different subject area. I'm just curious what the occupancy rates were throughout the Comox Valley last summer, particularly with the discontinuation of Music Fest, and whether that made a noticeable difference, or whether our accommodation facilities are still all full most of the time.
Unfortunately, due to the BCGEU strike, there was a delay in getting the revenue numbers for July and August. So I actually don't have that information yet, but once I receive that, I'm happy to share.
Yeah, and anecdotally, it seemed like it was a very strong summer season. I see nodding.
All right, well, thank you. That's been a great discussion. We're just on receipt here. So anyone opposed to receipt? And that carries. Thanks so much for spending so much time with us this evening. Enjoy the rest of your night. All right, and we'll probably take a break after this next piece of business, but I know we have presenters waiting online for us for the next item, which is the creation of the Comox Valley Housing Authority. And I'll pass this over to CEO Warren.
Thank you very much. And this is all the reports are important, of course. This is a fairly significant report as it reflects a significant volume of effort from the board over the last number of years through its strategic initiatives process. We have Jake Martins, General Manager of Corporate Services, presenting on the staff report, as well as a couple of guests online who I'll let Jake introduce after, I think, a few opening remarks on the staff report itself. So Jake, over to you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Chair. And Lisa, hopefully when you get a moment, you can pull up that presentation. While the presentation is being pulled up, yeah, sort of to James's point, this report and presentation is the culmination of both study work and engagement that's occurred over the last several months, as well as the previous work, all completed under the board's original strategic direction to establish a vehicle for regional housing collaboration, coordination, advocacy, and development focused on non-market rental housing. Joining me tonight for this presentation is Craig Crawford of Crawford Consulting and Alan Nielsen of Nielsen Strategies. Craig and Alan both bring extensive experience within the affordable housing and local government service design and delivery aspects, and each will be presenting different components of this report tonight here for you. Sorry, I just realized they don't have the clicker, but I can just, at least I can give you the nod if that works. Oh. Everything but the clicker. Thanks, James. Yeah, you think I'd have the clicker by now, right? So before we present the specific elements of the proposed authority, I do want to touch briefly just on the challenge and the opportunity before us with respect to affordable housing. Regional housing assessments have consistently identified the deep affordable housing issues being faced by a growing share of households across the Comox Valley. While housing crisis is impacting all income levels, low and moderate income households are being disproportionately affected and face the highest rates of housing insecurity. These households face a bleak situation in finding housing that is affordable relative to their income, and this undermines their financial security, their mental health, and their quality of life. In addition, we know that when people spend more than they can afford on housing, it means they cut back on other basic necessities like food and extracurriculars. They save less and invest less for their future, and their stability and ties to the community are eroded. The study work completed in 2024 for the CVRD identified a collaborative and multifaceted approach to respond to this challenge, and this is still very much represents the opportunity today to elevate our community's response. Right now, the federal and provincial governments are investing billions in housing, but our local governments face consistent challenges in getting access to land and initial project funding so that they can tap into these programs. Well, we'd all love to see the federal and provincial governments fill these gaps. They are not, and the housing grants are flowing to shovel-ready projects where partnerships and scale get the biggest results. This is the competitive ecosystem of affordable housing development, and it presents a real opportunity for our region to capture tens of millions of dollars in housing that may otherwise go elsewhere within the province and the country. Senior government housing agencies are looking for local governments that are making complementary investments and working in partnership, and we have the opportunity to do so in a way that strengthens and builds upon the resources and expertise that exists in our nonprofit sector. We've talked to you at various points in this process about other communities, places like Tofino, the Capital Regional District, Metro Vancouver, Whistler, and Squamish. And so we want to just highlight this example of a somewhat similar, now every community is unique, has unique access to resources or otherwise. In this case, they're somewhat similar sized, and they have taken $1.5 million municipal funding that was operationalized in 2023 and leveraged that to the tune of nearly $11 million in partner funding through their work and collaboration within their community. This has created new affordable housing. It has preserved affordable housing. And in the case of the 8 new duplex units we've noted on this slide, they had over 200 applications within their community for those units when they opened up. So they, like us, have a high demand for affordable housing and are working collaboratively to address the situation. Now, the board has endorsed this timeline that we've displayed up here earlier this year for the creation and launch. And with your initial feedback and direction in phase 1, staff, together with our consulting team, have completed phase 2 of the engagement, and we are coming to you now in this critical phase to seek your approval. The formation of the Housing Authority requires approval by the board and the Provincial Inspector of Municipalities before we can initiate the latter stages. And so, as I mentioned at the top, this is a critical junction in this process. The report includes different components. This includes the What We Heard report, which summarizes the engagement process. The second part is the business plan. And the third and final component is the legal structure, that being the Articles of Incorporation and the partnering agreement. So with this, I'll now ask Alan Nielsen to provide a brief summary of the engagement process before Craig speaks to the business plan.
Thank you very much, Jake. I appreciate those opening comments, and I think they're really set the stage nicely for this presentation. As Jake mentioned, the engagement approach is very important to review because it is part of the requirement to get approval from the province, from the Inspector of Municipalities for a local government corporation. And of course, the Housing Authority would be a local government corporation. One of the objectives, therefore, of engagement with different affected parties is to meet the criteria of the inspector. But there are other objectives as well, and they are perhaps even more important. The first is to provide information on the affordability challenges that Jake has already outlined, and specifically the need for additional non-market units in the Comox Valley. That was the key objective, or a key objective, of the engagement approach we took. The second is, or has been then, to outline the proposed housing authority. And then the third was to, and this was quite important, to obtain feedback on the Housing Authority initiative and certain elements of the initiative, including the mandate of the initiative, the operations of the initiative, and the governance model for the initiative. We looked at 3 different audience groups when we started the engagement process, and we developed those groups, and then we sought to engage them. The first was the nonprofit housing sector. And the nonprofit housing sector consisted of 14 or 15 housing societies or nonprofit groups within the Comox Valley that are active in some capacity in the provision of non-market housing. We brought those groups together and had a facilitated roundtable session with those groups. We also had some specific meetings afterwards with some groups that weren't able to make it to the broader gathering. We identified as the second group the development sector, and that is the for-profit development sector. And that's an important group to understand because the for-profit development sector acts as partners with nonprofit housing societies to actually develop the sites, to build the sites. And in some cases, the development sector, the for-profit development sector, will also include in its developments a certain number of non-market units. And then the third sector was government. So local government, also provincial government, but then importantly, Comox First Nations, so Indigenous government as well. We met with each of the municipalities and with Comox First Nation one-on-one to explain the proposed housing authority and to get feedback on the design of that authority. We also, and board members will remember, we also appeared before the all elected officials forum about a month ago with in the boardroom of the Comox Valley Regional District to outline the initiative and to get feedback from the elected officials across the Comox Valley. Next slide, please. The third objective that I talked about on the previous slide was to get feedback on the initiative and some of the key elements of the initiative. One of those elements is mandates. So in other words, what is the purpose of the Housing Authority? What does it set out to do? As Jake alluded to earlier, the mandate's quite broad, and Craig will talk about this in a little bit more detail in his presentation. But one of the key elements of the mandate is that support for project development funding. And that project development funding, as Jake mentioned in his opening comments, is really important to ensure that nonprofit agencies and others who have proposals in place for the development of non-market units are able to get their proposals to the front of the line, are able to develop their proposals to a degree that allows them to succeed in a very competitive funding environment using funds from BC Housing, from CMHC, so in other words, from provincial and federal sources. So the immediate focus on the project development funding receives support through our feedback, through our engagement process. And also one of the other elements of the mandate, the creation and the management of land inventory, a land inventory of government lands, public lands across the Comox Valley, but also lands that may be available from nonprofit groups, churches, and other groups that have lands available to develop non-market units. So support for those parts of the mandate, support also for other parts of the mandate that we outlined in our engagement process. And one of those other parts was to serve as an information and a referral resource, a one-stop shop, as it were, in the Comox Valley to provide information to interested nonprofit societies that may wish to develop non-market housing, but also to local governments that may have the ability, or they may have the need to get some information and can go to the one-stop shop. Related to that is a coordinator or a matchmaker, if you will, of a facilitator of partnerships, recognizing that non-market housing is a partnership endeavor. It is developed through partnerships. And we also found support for, or appreciation really, for the broader mandate, which Craig will speak to in his slides. And that broader mandate allows the authority, or gives the authority the leeway, if you will, or the scope to acquire units, to acquire lands, and ultimately, should the board of the housing authority decide that the conditions are right and that there's opportunity to directly develop non-market units. I will mention at this point, just before we go to the next slide, that immediate focus on project development funding is very important to stakeholders and to affected parties with whom we met, because it doesn't pit the housing authority in competition with or against existing non-market housing providers. There is a limited amount of federal and provincial funding available to projects, and there was great interest on the part of existing housing societies in the Comox Valley to ensure that any new housing authority was not going to be competing with existing non-market housing providers for that funding. So the focus initially on the provision of project development funding was seen very clearly to avoid that potential for competition. Next slide, please. Governance was another element that we sought feedback from. So strong, and I will mention, and Jake mentioned in his opening comments, that as a housing corporation or a local government corporation, the housing authority would be a separate legal entity. And I'll talk a little bit more about this later in the slides after Craig, when we look at the articles of incorporation. But as a separate legal entity, this body would have its own board of directors, and the composition of that board of directors is a major consideration that we have in developing this organization. So there's strong support for a hybrid board with both elected and non-elected officials, but with a majority of non-CVRD elected representatives on the board. There was also a lot of importance attached to Indigenous representation on the board, so ensuring that there was a spot on the board of directors for Indigenous representation. And notwithstanding the point of the desire for a majority of non-CVRD elected representatives, there was also a recognition that the CVRD have elected members on the board, and that's important to ensure that there's alignment with the CVRD objectives and the priorities. And finally, a point was made in our engagement to ensure that conflicts of interest, both actual and perceived, would be avoided. And the conflicts there really relating to the idea that there could be agencies that are active in housing that also may wish to have members on the board of directors, and we would need to protect against that. Next slide, please. With respect to operations, another element on which we wish to get feedback, there was some concern through our engagement that we heard with the budget for administration. And that budget Craig will refer to in his comments, and that includes staffing. So it does cost, of course, to set up an authority and to run an authority, just as it would cost the CVRD if it decided to do what the authority is proposing to do in-house, so set up a separate office in-house. That would also have cost. But we were consulting on the proposed agency and authority. And so there was some concern around the budget for administration and staffing. There was also alternatively, or some concern that the staffing model was actually too lean. So notwithstanding the point about the concern about the budget, there was also some concern expressed that it may be too lean. There was consensus around the idea that the need to have a top person or executive director with demonstrated skills and experience. So in other words, ensure that enough funding is put aside to get the right person who brings to the table the skills and experience. And then finally, there was feedback related to the opportunity for stack funding. In other words, use funding provided by the authority from the CBRD, ultimately through the authority, but also to look for other opportunities to combine that funding and leverage that funding. Next slide, please. The most consistent themes that were identified over the course of our engagement were twofold. One was, and I mentioned this earlier, avoid the duplication and competition. So focus initially on the provision of project development funding, on the development and management of a land inventory, on becoming a one-stop shop for information, becoming a matchmaker, if you will, a coordinator of partnerships. Stay away in the early days, at least for the foreseeable future, from the direct development, which would pit the authority in competition with existing nonprofits. And the second most consistent theme related, as I talked earlier, was related to the hybrid board. That is, have elected officials from the CVRD board, have non-elected officials from the community with expertise in and experience in non-market housing development, have an Indigenous representative as well, and have the majority of non-elected and Indigenous on the board. Next slide, please. Using the feedback. So one of the points that's important in any kind of engagement effort, and it's also going to be important in a very practical sense for the inspector to see, is understanding how the feedback that was brought to the table was incorporated into the ultimate design of the authority. The first point was the broad mandate to give flexibility to pursue the range of opportunities and play the range of roles, but also to ensure, as I mentioned already, that the focus upfront was going to be on project development funding and the other upfront items I noted already. The direct development not being anticipated in the foreseeable future. So we've made that very clear in the materials that the focus initially is on that project development funding, while at the same time also providing for a very broad mandate. The second point was with respect to the board of directors and ensuring that the hybrid board with a majority of independent directors was reflected in the materials. And the third, being sensitive to the comments about the operating budget, which included staffing, was to look at, rather than assume that we're going to have 1.5 FTE, look at possibly 1.5, but trying to eliminate that 0.5 FTE or replace that 0.5 with contract services instead. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Craig.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Thanks to Jake and Alan for setting the stage. I'm going to give an overview of the business plan and spend a bit of time describing the range of services that Alan has touched on. So the mandate, as has previously been described, is, to me, it's pretty simple, and it meets the challenges and then the need that's reflected in Jake's opening comments. And the mandate is to increase the supply of non-market housing, a very simple mandate. And the business plan and articles of incorporation include a very broad range of potential actions and activities to deliver on this mandate. My background includes 29 years working at BC Housing, and I was the Vice President of Development Services as well as and then the Vice President of Operations. I like to think I have a very deep understanding of the ecosystem of how affordable housing gets delivered in communities. And, bringing that perspective to the table, creating a regional housing authority and the capacity that's described in this business plan is going to be very, very useful in helping, create a strong voice in the region, and will be instrumental in bringing more dollars and more housing to the table. And the business plan is going to reflect those opportunities. The decision to create a housing authority and the fundamentals of the business plan are all derived from the direct action approach's final report. That report looked at a number of models to deliver the service and concluded that a housing authority was the best model. And they had what they described as three pillars: the need to build, financial capacity building support, and the need for land. And you'll see that repeated and built out in the services that we created in the business plan. Next slide, please. So the services are listed there, and these services can be considered, as Alan said, there's a short-term and a long-term objective here. The entity is going to start out with a relatively modest staffing model and the funding that's available, and we want to maximize the benefit of that. But over time, we want to create the opportunity without having to revisit the articles of incorporation or go back to the province to create a broad range of services, as Alan touched on previously. The first one, obviously, to respond to the need for housing is housing development. And in the future, it's entirely possible that the entity could directly deliver housing in the region, much like the Capital Regional District does now, the Capital Regional Housing Corporation. In one sense, you could consider that this is the seed funding or the start of a mid-island Capital Regional Housing Corporation. That entity has been around for a long time, has built up a lot of capacity, but there's no reason that we couldn't recreate that kind of structure in the long term in Mid-Island. So under the housing development, as I said, in the long term, directly developing housing is entirely possible. But in the short term, the key gap that Alan previously identified and the funding that we're talking about to promote housing development would be the provision of project development funding to existing players in the sector. In our consultations and my knowledge of the system, that is a key gap. It's that early funding that will strengthen projects, strengthen their proposals, and de-risk them for funders. Both provincial and federal funders of affordable housing want to back projects that have the best chance of success. And it's that early funding that's missing in the system often to get the project from an idea to getting something on paper and getting it advanced through the approval process, getting early budgets developed, and giving some confidence and certainty to senior government funding entities that if they get behind this project, it will go. So it was well received in our consultations around that project development funding as a model, and that's one of the key early deliverables and services that the Housing Authority will deliver. Moving on to land and unit acquisition, having that ability baked into the capacity of the Housing Authority and the Articles of Incorporation is really important. And under land and unit acquisition, there's two parts to it. One would be land banking, identifying, securing property, and doing some of the pre-construction work for that land, such as considering zoning, geotechnical work, environment work, some of those key early steps that de-risk the project and set it up for getting into the ground sooner rather than later, and getting prepared for senior government funding to become available. Unit acquisition is another interesting opportunity that can involve buying existing rental housing to preserve it and keep rents affordable. In 2023, the province created a $500 million rental protection fund. And on Vancouver Island, that rental protection fund has been used to secure 50 units in Parksville, 68 units in Victoria, and on the mainland, the 40 units in Squamish that was earlier identified was secured through that rental protection fund. And just by happenstance as well, Capital Regional District has adopted a regional acquisition strategy as part of a suite of its services as well. So there's good alignment with what the Housing Authority would be able to do in terms of both buying bare land and buying units. And the units, again, could be existing units, or they could also be, you could also consider investing in units in partnership with private sector developers. So outside of provincial funding programs, potentially you could partner with private sector developers and become an equity partner in a mix of market and non-market units, project developments. The property management and housing administration functions listed here are more administrative, obviously, but property management will be part of the full range of activities defined in that will be defined in the Articles of Incorporation, and would enable the Housing Authority to directly manage the units that it develops or units that are owned by non-market nonprofit housing societies that may look for these services from the Housing Authority. It could also operate units that are secured through density bonusing or other vehicles that create small groups of non-market housing in mixed market developments. The housing administration is, again, an adjunct service that could be provided, and that's for providing oversight on housing operating agreements, for example, that municipalities might want to put into place and might look to the Housing Authority to provide the oversight for that because their own staff resources might be stretched, and the Housing Authority would have the expertise to provide that kind of a service and support. The information and referral activities of the Housing Authority that are complicated are really a key component of getting projects built. Creation of non-market housing is complicated and it's competitive. Alan mentioned previously stacking funding, creating alignment between all the funders involved, a non-market housing provider, a nonprofit society, a municipality, senior levels of government, getting everybody aligned at the right time to get these projects through the system is a real challenge. And having an information referral resource is going to be key. That capacity can create links between senior governments, and for-profit developers, and the non-market sector in the municipalities. Next slide, please. So the Housing Authority will have a strategic and a competitive approach. As I said before, it is a competitive landscape to secure affordable housing, and the funding and the activities described in the services will address the barriers that nonprofit developers have identified to us in the consultation that we know through our own experience. And I've already spoken about the partnerships with senior governments, nonprofits, and private sectors. It's key. Everything in this ecosystem is done through partnerships. Everybody needs to pull their weight and do their part. And coordinating and collaborating, this will be a new resource in the region that will really help coalesce and really create strong proposals in the region. And finally, the next slide, the funding model. So right now, the budget is based on a $880,000 a year funding allocation. And out of that, Alan's described already the annual operating budget. It's contemplating somewhere between 1 to 1.5 full-time employees, which that plus the other operating costs should leave a annual reserve funding allocation of about $630,000, $650,000 a year. And there already is a balance in the account of about $1.7 million. So the Housing Authority will be starting with approximately $2.3 million in reserves to be able to allocate. The allocation of that funding will be one of the first key steps that the Housing Authority does, and doing an open, transparent process to select the best opportunities to place their funding is going to be a very important and key first step for the new entity to undertake. And that's my overview, and I'm going to pass it back to Alan. I believe is going to be speaking to the next phase of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Craig. I wonder if we can get the next slide, please. Thank you. So as we've talked about already in our presentation, the authority would be a separate legal entity. It would be created as a local government corporation by the CVRD, and as a corporation, whether local government or otherwise, as with every corporation, but as a local government corporation, would have articles of incorporation. Those are legal. That's a legal tool. It sets out the rules that govern how the corporation is operated. It also sets out the rights and the responsibilities and the constraints on the shareholder, in this case, the CVRD, and the board of directors. The directors that we talked about earlier that's put in place to make decisions for the housing authority. So the articles of incorporation are identified and listed in your package there, Chair. Partner agreements are important to understand as well. They're not in the package, but Greg mentioned that $880,000 has been identified by the CBRD as the annual amount it would transfer to or grant to the provide to the housing authority. Under local government law in British Columbia, a local government is not allowed to give benefit to or not allowed to give assistance to a corporation, a separate company, a separate business. And this corporation, even though it's owned by the CBRD, would still be a separate entity, a separate business, or a separate company. So in order to provide assistance to the housing authority by way of the annual transfer of funds and also other forms of assistance as well, even the provision of in-kind services and those kinds of things, the CBRD would need to establish with the housing authority a partnering agreement. And the partnering agreement would, in essence, say, we are able to provide assistance to you at the housing authority because you are giving us back certain services. You're providing services on our behalf. And the services in this case would be the provision of non-market housing. Next slide, please. The board of directors we talked about earlier, and the general constitution or composition of that board of directors is outlined in some detail in the articles of incorporation. It identifies in the articles the CBRD elected officials. There would be 4 on the board of directors of a total of 10 board of directors, or 10 directors on the board. Individuals with expertise and experience in the development or operations of private or non-market housing. There'd be 3 individuals chosen from among candidates for those 3 roles. There would also be 1 individual chosen, an individual or an independent director with expertise or experience in the financial sector, and 1 individual chosen with experience or expertise in the legal sector. So we would have a total of 5 independent directors plus our Indigenous director who would be nominated by the Comox First Nation. So a total of 10, 4 from the CBRD elected officials, that is your board of directors, 6 from outside sources. Next slide, please. The CBRD would be the sole shareholder, as we know, of the corporation, of the authority, and there are different controls that are important for the CBRD to have in place. Controls not only that the board, that your board of directors may wish to see in place to ensure that the corporation stays true to its mandate and continues to further the objectives of the CBRD, but also controls that the inspector will want to see in place to ensure that the use of public funds is executed within certain constraints and with controls in mind. So some of the controls that we see, and we see these controls largely in the Articles of Incorporation, we see that the CBRD would be identified as the sole shareholder. And what that means is that as the shareholder has rights and responsibilities. Shares can only be issued to the CBRD, so there's no dilution of ownership. There's no dilution of the ultimate power of the CBRD as the shareholder. The CBRD also, as shareholder, has the authority and the responsibility to appoint and also, if it wishes, to remove the directors on the board of directors, all directors. So that's another control that the CBRD has to ensure that the corporation continues to work in the interests of the CBRD and the broader region. 4 company directors must be CBRD directors. That's an important control because it means that CBRD directors are always at the board table, being part of those discussions, helping to guide the priorities of the housing authority and ensure alignment with the CBRD's own priorities. Borrowing controls are in place as a separate legal entity. The housing authority would have the authority to borrow to funds to further its own mandate, to exercise parts of its mandate and so forth. There would be controls in place, though, on that borrowing. Specifically, if the housing authority needed to or wished to borrow using the collateral provided by the CBRD or using the CBRD as a guarantor of that borrowing, the CBRD would, as the shareholder, need to first give approval to that, and would also, in some cases, need to seek elector approval for that borrowing to occur. if the CVRD were actually borrowing on behalf of the corporation, or if the CVRD were guaranteeing the debt of the authority. Limits to corporate purposes. If we look, one of the very first articles in the Articles of Incorporation deals with the purposes of the corporation, the mandate of the corporation, if you will, and there are limits to that. It's set out very clearly. If it's not listed in those purposes, then it's not something that the corporation can get into. So those limits are stated there. There's also a limit to the disposal of corporate assets. If over time the housing authority acquired lands, acquired units, and so forth, there are limits on its ability to dispose of those. We don't want to preclude entirely the housing authority from being able to dispose of assets, because one of the ways that it may be able to leverage new developments and so forth is to dispose of assets to joint ventures or to other agencies, or simply to sell things to raise funds for repurposing in other areas. But there are limits on what can be done, and those limits are set out clearly in the Articles of Incorporation. And finally, the ability to set regular approval and reporting requirements. So the CVRD, as the shareholder, has the ability to instruct the housing authority to seek approval for certain things. So, for example, a strategic plan, or to report back to the CVRD at different points over the course of its annual or in any given year. So all of these and other shareholder controls are in place. Next slide, please. I will stop there, Chair, and pass it back to Jake, because I think we've got a video to show.
All right, thanks very much. And
the Comox Valley is one of the best places to live, but more and more residents are struggling to find a place to live that they can afford. The Comox Valley Regional District is taking a number of actions to address the housing needs and affordability challenges that residents are facing. A key part of these solutions is the creation of a local government housing authority to facilitate the creation of more non-market rental housing. This short video explains what this means to you and your community. 10 years ago, apartments in the region rented for an average of $750 per month. In 2024, those rates had more than doubled to approximately $1,600 per month, and wage increases haven't kept up. With skyrocketing rent increases, a growing number of people in the Comox Valley are spending a third or more of their income on housing. Many low and moderate income households, especially seniors, young adults, and single parents, are at risk of losing their housing. While there are many different solutions required to address the affordability crisis, housing experts have identified the need to significantly increase the supply of what is called non-market rental housing. To understand what this means, let's first describe market rental housing. Market rentals are owned by individuals and businesses that make a profit by renting their units at the highest amount that people will pay. In comparison, non-market rental housing is owned and operated by societies, cooperatives, or government agencies that are not trying to make a profit off tenants. Rental rates are set to cover the building's operating costs, like mortgage payments, building maintenance, and taxes. This means rent levels can vary, but they are generally below market rates. To support affordability, non-market rental housing is usually funded by large grants from the federal and provincial governments to support construction, and in some cases, ongoing rent control. There is one more important point. Non-market rental housing is not emergency, transitional, or shelter housing. These services provide short-term, temporary housing to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. So, what will the CVRD Housing Authority do, and how will it help our community? The CVRD is creating a housing authority to develop more non-market rental housing in the region. But what does this mean? And how will it bring more non-market rentals to the Comox Valley? The CVRD's Housing Authority will work with nonprofit housing organizations already operating in the valley to address housing barriers, which include finding appropriate land for non-market housing and doing pre-development work and analysis that is required to obtain federal and provincial funding. Secondly, the authority will create partnerships and coordinate with local governments, housing organizations, and federal and provincial housing agencies. The authority may also build and operate non-market housing, but this will be based on local needs and conditions. With strong competition for federal and provincial government grants, the CVRD Housing Authority will help our region capture more funding and unlock new, non-market rental housing. So how much will this cost, and how will it be funded? A public approval process for the CVRD's Housing Authority was conducted in early 2025, which included a maximum annual budget of $1.5 million. Ultimately, the CVRD board decides how much financial support to provide the authority, and the board has currently assigned a total budget of $880,000 per year. This will cost approximately $30 per year for a homeowner with a residential property valued at the regional average of $865,000. Investing in a housing authority doesn't mean that the CVRD is taking on all the responsibilities for affordable housing, but it does recognize local government's role in facilitating affordable housing and ensuring that the Comox Valley captures more federal and provincial grants. Studies have consistently shown that investing in affordable housing reduces demands on emergency, health, and social services, increases investment in the local economy, and helps to ensure that the people who work here can afford to live here. About 1 in every 5 households in the Comox Valley lives in unaffordable housing. As no one level of government, sector, or organization can solve this challenge single-handedly, the CVRD is taking action through a coordinated and collaborative approach. Market housing will continue to supply the majority of new housing, but there is a clear need for more non-market housing with rents based on costs and affordability, not profit. The Comox Valley Housing Authority is being launched in 2026, and for a relatively small investment by taxpayers, will help provide residents with safe, secure, and affordable housing.
Yeah, I just want to say hats off. That was a great presentation. I'll just pass it over to Jake. I think you wanted to add a few words.
Thank you, Chair. No, I recognize it's been a long meeting, so I just wanted to thank Alan and Craig for their presentations. And of course, we invite any questions and or comments from the board at this time.
All right, thanks very much. And let's let the discussion begin. Director Hardy, lead it off.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It's been very helpful. I have a lot more comfortable and confidence with regards to the governance of the entity moving forward. I know that was a concern of mine at the forefront was how involved the CVRD would be with regards to the governance. So I'm pleased to see that component in there. One concern again is the borrowing component, and I'm still trying to absorb that with regards to the ability for the board from the housing authority to go out and borrow money. And is there a get out of jail clause with regards to all of a sudden the company becomes insolvent and there's $20 million of debt that's owing, and the requirement for the CVRD to, if I'm understanding the articles here, that the CVRD being on the hook there for that debt. So I'm just apprehensive with regards to the borrowing of money. I'd like to see maybe some more detail with regards to how that part gets addressed moving forward. And then finally, another comment would be, I don't see anything with regards to a percentage of units that would be developed, having the ability for Indigenous peoples to be able to be involved in that. Like, is there a percentage of maybe 10% of the units that get developed that would be allocated for Indigenous families to be? Is that something that we look at in the corporate articles, or is that more of a something down the road with regards to policy down the road? Is the question that I got there. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Director Hardy. Look, Jake's looks like he's ready to answer this, so I'll just pass it over to him for now.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. And I welcome Alan or Craig to jump in if they want to add anything further. So with respect to your first question on the borrowing, I think in many respects, we can consider this similar to a lot of CVRD services that undertake borrowing. We do it within sewage services or water or recreation on a frequent basis. And ultimately, this is a a arm's length corporation, so they'll have some ability to undertake borrowing. But given the funding arrangement that's in place between the regional district and the housing authority, any entity that would lend this corporation money is going to want some guarantee from the CVRD. And so that provides a direct opportunity for you to assess that proposed borrowing or to take a direct role in it, in which the CVRD board could undertake borrowing and provide that through the partnering agreement as assistance. So I think while I appreciate the possibility of something going awry with the corporation or something of that nature in the future, the board should take comfort knowing that you're going to have a close watch and a direct connection to any decisions around any kind of significant borrowing that this entity would undertake. With respect to Indigenous representation, we haven't set out any kind of resident qualifications at this point. Appreciate there would be lots to sort out, including, resident income requirements, residency requirements. All those details certainly flow when housing units gets developed. And we appreciate there's lots of opportunity for partnerships and for funding to be provided with Indigenous organizations. And so that's something that certainly that we'd want to sort out as those partnerships and as those projects kind of get legs. But at this point, it's probably a bit too early for us to say what the specific percentage or what those opportunities could look like.
And Jake, I wonder if I might just add a quick word about, Chair, I wonder if I could just add a word about the borrowing.
Please do. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Director Hardy's asked a very important question. I think it's, and if I could just elaborate a little bit on Jake's points, which we're bang on. One of the reasons we create a housing corporation, an authority, and we have it as a local government corporation is to ensure that there is protection for the CVRD from liability associated with the corporation. So in creating a separate corporation, we move any liability to that corporation. So when the suggestion that the CVRD would be on the hook for any bad debt or any failure on the part of the CVRD as it relates to borrowing would only be accurate to the extent that the CVRD explicitly chose to guarantee that borrowing. In the early days, we wouldn't expect the housing corporation or the housing authority to be in a position to borrow really for much, because it would need to get some history under its belt. It would need to find its feet first and spend some years acquiring assets, promoting developments and so forth, taking an interest in different, a legal interest or financial interest in different projects in order to start to acquire some assets. Once it acquired those assets, it would be free, just as any corporation would, to go to the markets, to a bank, or in our case, through CVRD to the Municipal Finance Authority, and seek loans for different operations or for different new projects. The lenders, whether it's MFA or the banks or the commercial banks, the lenders would lend money to the housing corporation based on the strength of the housing corporation's assets. If the authority did not have assets, it wouldn't receive loans. If it did have assets, that would be a matter between the lender and the housing authority. Significant borrowing, to Jake's point, significant borrowing would only be undertaken to the extent that the CVRD Board of Directors explicitly chose to guarantee that borrowing. So those decisions would be decisions of the CVRD, not of the Housing Authority, when we're dealing with guarantees provided by the CVRD.
Thanks, Alan. And maybe perhaps you could expand a bit on the borrowing question, because one of the, I guess, aspects that makes a housing authority like this unusual is that it would have the ability through the CVRD to borrow from the Municipal Finance Authority, which has a AAA credit rating and borrows at a lower rate than the province of British Columbia. So maybe you could just speak to that capacity and what that allows a housing authority to do.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. Yes, because it's a a wholly owned local government corporation, in our case, with the sole shareholder being the CVRD, it would qualify, would be eligible to secure debt through the MFA. But its assets would again be the test there on so the MFA would lend money to the housing authority on the same basis as a commercial bank based on the assets of the authority, or if the CVRD board chose to guarantee those assets based on the assets of the CVRD. So we would but to your point, Chair, because it's a wholly owned local government corporation, it would have access if it were in a position to borrow to that very cheap money through the MFA, which is one of the advantages of having a local government corporation.
Thanks for kind of clarifying that, putting that on the table. There's a couple more questions. We'll go to Director Grieve next.
I find that so disturbing. I'm going to ask our representative on the Municipal Financial Authority, who's underwriting all this. Obviously, it's going to, if it's the CVRD that's borrowing for a corporation, then it's being underwritten by all the municipalities around British Columbia. So the corporation isn't going to be on the hook. The Comox Valley Regional District will be on the hook. Is that correct?
I got the impression you're meaning to ask Director McCollum. We don't usually, is it okay if I finish? We don't usually ask directly other directors, but given her role on the Municipal Finance Authority, yes, and as soon as I get a chance to turn on her microphone, we'll hear her answer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be any different than any other borrowing that's done. Likewise, if we borrow, if the CVRD were to borrow for a large infrastructure project and defaulted, it would be passed on to the MFA, which actually has a sinking fund against all borrowing that occurs that, to my knowledge, has never been used. But it wouldn't be different for housing. The Capital Regional Housing Authority borrows for housing projects through the MFA, and I believe that there's other housing projects that have done borrowing through the MFA as well. It wouldn't be treated differently.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That was very helpful. And you had your light on, so why don't you now ask a question? Now you've just answered one.
Yeah, I figure why turn it off at this point. Thanks for the presentation. This is, it's exciting to see this come forward and our application getting one step closer to reality. Reading the articles of incorporation, I think it's very reflective of the direction that we envisioned when we started this process. The purpose of the entity is very clear. Where I have a little more concern is around the business plan that's attached to it and how these two things overlap. There's a few items that we have laid out that we'd like to accomplish in that first 5 years. But to me, it's lacking a bit of a tie-in into some of the things that are outlined in the purpose and even some of the things that were outlined in the report, like, property management or housing administration, or even maybe being a source of like a coordinated wait list locally. And those seem like things that we could probably achieve in 5 years. But one question I had that I don't know if it's just something that is intended to be addressed after the housing authority is formed, but it seems like it should belong in the business plan, is like a clear strategy to how we would, as a housing authority, coordinate with the member municipalities around, intermunicipal funding pool, land, just a little more clarity on kind of using those two things. I know the City of Courtenay has some specific funds for the development of affordable housing, and we're looking at some density bonusing to come in, and it just seems like there's a little bit of a gap there on how we're going to use this regional model to like partner with our partners. And I'm just wondering if our consultants could maybe speak to that a bit and why we weren't a little bit more specific with that in our business plan. Or staff, doesn't matter, whoever.
No. Jake, or through the chair, I could address that comment if you wish. The drafting of the business plan is a bit of an art in the sense that I wanted to include some key recommendations around the 3 pillars that had been included in the direct action plan. And that was around the land bank and the funding and the collaboration. I didn't attempt to get too specific because I think the specific actions, apart from such the thing as the collection of the data of the land, I mean, that's a direction, but the specific actions around how to partner with municipalities and some of the other, questions that you had will be developed with the executive director and the board of the entity itself once they form. And that's the initiation and first steps and deciding on priorities, which comes first, how it goes. We wanted to create a bit of a roadmap consistent with the 3 pillars included in the direct action, but I didn't want to get too specific. We need to create room for the board itself to form with the executive director and create those local specific actions arising.
Yeah, I mean, I did think that was probably part of it, but I just have a concern that we stop at saying making a land inventory and a 5-year plan. Like, shouldn't that follow what we would try to accomplish? And even if we're not outlining exactly, like we're not prescribing how we would coordinate, should we not include that as a task in that 5-year plan, that we would create a framework for that in some way? It just seems like a bit of a gap to not speak to it at all in kind of, this, kind of high level business plan that we're attaching with this.
I could add one note just in furtherance to what Craig's provided, and that is Alan spoke earlier about the kind of controls that the shareholder, the regional district will have. And so this is one element where, Craig spoke to, we wanted to include the pieces that clearly address the 3 pillars that have been identified, but also acknowledging that there's going to be a process undertaken by the new board with the executive director to really chart that clear, detailed path. And so certainly in my mind, I have in there, in that partnering agreement, the requirement that be presented to this board for your approval as part of that provision of assistance to the corporation. And so that gives you the ability to say, yeah, this hits the mark, it addresses what we want, and ensures that alignment between the 2 entities, or it doesn't. And so, yes, we've not been as prescriptive or as too detailed in this plan, recognizing or an appreciation that I think our hope is that we want to give that space for the new entity and the expertise that it will have on board to help chart that path.
All right, thanks. And go to Director Arbour now.
Yeah, thanks. It is an exciting day, and I think Dr. McCollum and I have always had pressing and higher hopes for the Housing Authority, and we will continue to do so. But I just want to take pause to think about the moment that we're at. And I think when I was reading the business plan, I agree with Director McCollum that it's, for me, it sets a nice low bar for the Housing Authority, and it'll be up to us to outperform in the next years. And I think the consultants have been very persistent in telling us that there's a risk in setting too high expectations, and that we also opted for the foundational approach. So as I look to next term, I think once this Housing Authority is created, I think there'll be a few things that we'll need to consider. One is maybe up the budget, right, to something that there's a few more resources to do some of those items. The other is to go and invite Comox back to the table. I understand that Comox has about $1 million sitting in housing reserves. That maybe I don't know if that's true, but those are the rumors that I hear around town anyways. And they don't appear to know how to spend the money, so I think we'll knock on their door right away. And same with Courtney. And I think maybe why we are not seeing a lot of intermunicipal stuff is because Comox is not in, and Courtney's the only one that has something. Cumberland is like just, they have a small reserve. And in the areas we have grant and aid. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about so far, but we will start to build some off, and we'll pursue MRDT, and we'll start to build something together, and But I initially put my light up just for a small point from Director Hardy, which is this summer, I was at the AGM for the Hornby Housing Society. We got approved in 2018 and we're opening our doors this spring, summer. And we're currently have the call out for applicants into the 26 units. And at the AGM, what they did, Dr. Hardy, is they're putting priority to Hornby residents who have lived in the community for at least 1 year. And the next level after that is for people who have worked, who are expecting to work on Hornby in the coming year with steady work, and members of Comox First Nation. But this was very much at the project level, a bit like we saw with Wachi. I think there'll be an opportunity to look at each project and have discussion. And we may not be in control of that discussion as the Housing Authority. But I agree with you that maybe we may want to include some language around how we anticipate that our partners would engage with Comox First Nation and other Indigenous partners. But super excited, look forward to pass this today and get on with it.
All right, thanks very much. And we'll go to Director Morin.
Sometimes I love following Director Arbor. Yes, Courtney has money, and yes, we've actually been spending some of it. Yeah, my question, I guess, question is a bit in line with Director McCollum's in terms of the piece around collaboration with municipalities and you know, we've got the sort of ideal configuration of directors for RD development, et cetera. And I guess I'm wondering around the skill set around exactly that, which is understanding sort of all the municipalities' land use and regulatory and approvals processes, which is mentioned in the plan. Because we already, you know, before we even launched this, we've had people coming with ideas for using land, and I'm sure, you know, the floodgates will open at some point, partnership opportunities. And I guess I'm just hopeful that as part of the plan that we will have people with expertise in, you know, making sure that we're in early collaboration with any of the municipalities around those land use questions before balls start rolling and then we have to pull back or something like that. So I don't know if that's a question you can answer. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I welcome Craig or Alan to add to this again. But at one point in this presentation, we talked about that regulatory process, and certainly that is going to remain with the municipalities and the regional districts around, you know, zoning changes or otherwise. That's not going to change. But clearly, I agree with you that the people involved in this have to have the skill set and the knowledge around those processes, and they have to have the relationships, I think, within those organizations as well, so they can help navigate that process. There's a number of places where things can go off the rails or get stalled out, and clearly that's one of them. And so we heard strongly through that engagement from municipal staff around wanting to have somebody with that skill set, but also develop their relationships so that they can avoid some of those pitfalls or potential issues that may occur. And so we're certainly sensitive to that, and the municipalities are as well. And so with the right person and the right people involved, I think we can do good.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. Well, this has been a great discussion. I agree this is a momentous day. We put quite a lot of work in getting to this point, and I appreciate the work that Craig and Alan did to support us with that. And just one observation I have maybe at this point is that one of the most valuable things, and it came up in the slide about Squamish, which was able to take 1.5 million and turn it to 10 million by leveraging funding from the federal and provincial governments. And while that had always been our intention, it's fortunate that the current federal government has made building housing like an urgent priority, with 7.3 billion committed between now and 2030. And I would just say that I was in Ottawa in October and had a chance to speak with Gregor Robertson, the Minister of Housing, and just asked what local governments could be doing to make sure that they were ready to engage with Build Canada Homes when it was ready. And I just mentioned we were developing a housing authority, which would put together a land map. It would work to support partners as they put projects together, and it would work to provide pre-development funding. And he just looked at me and said, well, I think you guys are already doing it. So I think we found ourselves ahead of the curve because we've already got this entity ready to go at a time when the province and the federal government have monies to spend with the goal of getting non-market housing up as quickly as possible. And with that, I'm optimistic about what we can do. And I think all we need to do at this point is, I guess, well, first we have to dispense with receipt, which is not very dramatic, but let's do that. Anyone opposed to receipt? And next is the that is the recommendation, which creates our housing authority. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any questions? Is there anyone opposed? And that carries. And at this point, just a round of thanks to everyone who participated, and I'd just be remiss if I didn't note Jake's contribution all the way through. He's stick handled this on the CBRD end and brought it to the successful conclusion. At this point, it's 20 after 7, and we haven't had a chance to eat. I think we'll take a break in our meeting until, let's say, 7:35, and then we'll get back at it. All right, folks, we are trying just to end this by 9 o'clock. We'll get started on the next round. So that's the regional growth strategy, minor amendment, first and second reading and public hearing. Okay, it's already moved. I heard a seconder. That's perfect. Pass it over to James.
Thank you very much. And Brian Chow is our planner 2 long range, and Robin Holm is our manager of long range planning and sustainability. Brian, your mic's on, so I'll bet you're going to be presenting on this. And so Brian, over to you.
Thank you, James. Through the CEO to the chair and directors. Tonight, I'll be presenting the Regional Growth Strategy Minor Amendment Bylaw number 810 for first and second reading and seeking direction to proceed to a public hearing. To begin, I will very briefly revisit what the RGS is and why keeping it current matters. And the clicker. I don't have the clicker, sorry. Oh, so bad. You can do it, yeah. So just a very super short refresher, the RGS was adopted in 2011, and it's the regional long-range framework guiding growth management and regional planning across the Comox Valley. And the Local Government Act requires that we consider reviewing the RGS every 5 years. So this minor amendment, which is part of the 5-year review cycle, advances that ongoing work by updating key information. So with this very brief foundation in place, I will go over what this project is all about. In May of 2023, the CVRD board initiated a minor amendment process. The intent was to make targeted, narrow improvements to the RGS where updates were needed. Several components of the RGS were out of date, including demographic data, mapping, and references to regional initiatives. A minor amendment in this case would enable us to update technical information while leaving policy direction unchanged. From that direction, the team was tasked to work on a very narrow scope. And this amendment consists of the following narrow targeted updates. Population and employment projections, such as information from the Housing Needs Report done in 2024 were incorporated to ensure that the RGS is up to date. Map updates for, say, boundary changes and AR lands have been updated for over, since it was done over a decade ago. We added references to Comox treaty process and incorporated our Indigenous Relations strategic driver added. Greenhouse gas reduction targets were updated to reflect current provincial and regional climate commitments. And the policy indicators and targets have been shifted to online performance dashboard so that the public and interested parties can always see how far we have reached in our RGS targets. And finally, action plans are added to guide implementations of the RGS goals, strengthening connections between policy direction and our regional work. The next slide will show, this slide shows the timeline since you've last seen it back earlier this year. In March of 2025, the board had a chance to review the draft RGS and endorse the consultation plan. Since then, we have sent referrals out to Comox First Nations, other First Nations, provincial agencies, member municipalities through the Regional Growth Strategy Technical Advisory Committee and Steering Committee. And we're now here today to prepare a proposed bylaw for formal board consideration. Today's the meeting where the board may advance this bylaw to first and second reading. And if supported, we will proceed to the formal bylaw referral stage and schedule a public hearing early in the next year. And I'll quickly summarize what kind of comments we've received during the referral process. Overall, the comments were positive. There have been no objections, and that any comments that I received that were considered in scope have been incorporated, and comments that will consider our scope of this narrow project have been documented for the next comprehensive RGS review. So nothing is lost for the future review. In general, I guess all I can say is that this work will not have any impacts on the residents. There'll be no changes needed to any municipal or electoral area OCPs or zoning bylaws, and that there'll be continued alignment with the regional planning as well as the municipal work that's underway. And just want to go talk about what we have done recently. Staff have attended all municipal council meetings and as well as the EAASC meeting to provide an update of this project so that all elected officials across the region were informed of this project and its scope. And if the board gives first and second reading today, staff will issue the bylaw referrals to the affected local governments and schedule a public hearing. And the board will be asked to appoint a chair and 2 vice chairs for the public hearing. I just want to let the board know that in the RGS minor amendment, a public hearing, while optional, it's staff still recommends in order for the public to provide opportunity for them to comment. And according to the last point I just want to make is in section 437 of the LGA, all the board members in attendance tonight must vote affirmative in order for this bylaw to continue as a minor amendment process. Otherwise, they'll kick back to the standard amendment process and the process will go back and be more involved. So this is a very quick summary of this minor amendment process. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Everyone's just looking quite quiet. I don't know if it's just having eaten. I don't see any questions. Oh, sorry, Director Helene, go ahead.
Well, I hope you'll forgive me for asking this. Thanks very much for all the work involved. We were just really curious, where was that wonderful picture of the farmland in one of the earlier slides? Minto Road, according to, it's okay, don't worry about it. Thanks very much. It was just very, very impressive and highlighted what wonderful farmland and countryside we have around here. Thanks.
See, you've done a great job presenting when that's as tough a question as you get at this point, so that's good. So I believe we're currently on receipt. We'll dispense with that, and there is a recommendation which requires require 3 names: chair, and first vice chair, and second vice chair. And is there any restriction on which directors? Is these electoral area directors, or could be any directors?
No restrictions at all. This is for the RGS, so the board is welcome to throw your names in the hat.
So maybe for doing these sorts of things, but is anyone interested in taking on the role of chair? Perhaps can go start like that. Director.
I nominate Director Grieve.
Do you accept the nomination, Director Grieve? Yes. Okay, excellent. And we need 2 vice chairs. Anyone like to volunteer or be volunteered? It's just going to take longer if we have to wait for people to. Oh, sadly, he's not here. Poor guy will miss out. Okay, that's great. Director Grant, thank you. Director Hardy?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice that the chair of the CBRD was involved in this process as well. Also,
okay, I'll be second vice chair. So you got to run out of people before you get to me. Okay, so finally, Director Grieve be appointed chair, Director Grant and Cole Hamilton be appointed first vice chair and second vice chair, respectively, for the public hearing. It's been moved. I guess now we've got the names. We should probably move and second it now. Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any comments otherwise? Is there anyone opposed? Okay, passes the test. Everyone in attendance, thanks very much, and I appreciate you waiting for as long as you did to present. We'll move on to item number 7. This is a funding request from Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities Climate Leadership, which full disclosure, I'm one of the co-chairs, so I wrote this letter, but Alana is going to present it. Or
Yeah, thank you. Alana Malali is our General Manager of Planning and Development Services. Alana has come to the table to present on this, doesn't have much to present on, so this was a request from the VICCL for funding. The CVRD has provided funding in the past. The report describes a little bit about what the work would be that the VICCL would undertake, as well as provides a potential motion at the very end of the report there if the board chose to provide that funding. Staff would suggest the funding for the service would come out of Service 512, which is the RGS.
Second.
hold that. All right. Thank you very much for walking all the way over here. Alana, looks like there are no questions. We're getting a bit, okay. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Okay. Short-term finances, liabilities under agreement for receipt. Pass it to our CAO.
Thank you. Kelly Broughton is our Manager of Financial Planning, and Kelly will be introducing the next couple of reports, I believe. Kelly.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair. Within the 2025 financial plan, interim financing has been utilized for capital projects. Under the Local Government Act, interim financing is permitted and accessed through the Municipal Finance Authority's liability under agreement program. The amount of $1,271,667 is requested for 2 capital projects, one in the Royston Local Water Service Area and one in the Comox Valley Local Water Service Area. When borrowing for capital project, 2 conditions must be met before the application can be made to MFA. The capital project expenditures and funding sources must be included within the adopted financial plan, and the board must authorize the borrowing through a board resolution. The financing must be repaid within 5 years from the date of the first drawdown, and debt servicing costs must be included in the financial plan. It is the CVRD's practice to include annual payments on the debt and to help alleviate interest expenditures and to maintain stabilized requisitions. The cash management practices employed also ensure that only the amount required is borrowed. And thank you, staff, are here to answer any questions.
Looking around to see if there are any questions. Looks like there are not, so we're on receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? And we'll move the recommendations on. Okay, moved and seconded. Any questions on that? Anyone opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much, Kelly. And next is also revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 901. It's for receipt.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair. Staff are here to request the approval for the 2026 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw. Under the Local Government Act, a short-term loan can be established through revenue anticipation borrowing. It is used to fund temporary cash flow shortages resulting from the timing of current expenditures and grant claim reimbursement, as the CVRD does not receive the taxation revenue until August 1st from the municipalities in the province of BC. A new bylaw and subsequent loan must be established each year, and the borrowed funds must be repaid in full by August 31st. The CVRD can borrow through either their established financial institute, which is currently RBC, or through the Municipal Finance Authority. As the borrowing bylaws for a maximum of 25 million, MFA has been the primary lender of choice. Unlike a revolving line of credit, funds can only be borrowed once to the maximum loan amount. Although finance looks to all other sources of funding first, the revenue anticipation can be used for the several large infrastructure projects in place with grant funding attached. There can be significant delays between grant reimbursement claims and subsequent payments. The large expenditures can impact the already strained operational cash flow resources. During 2025, due to the timing of grant payouts, some operational cash flow needs, a total of 9.5 million was borrowed and repaid in full before the August 31st deadline. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, seeing none, we'll dispense with receipt. Anyone opposed? And there's a recommendation. Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed to the recommendation? And that carries. Thank you very much, Kelly. Next, Cumberland's official community plan and zoning bylaw referral and acceptance of regional context statement. Thank you very much. And I'll pass this to our CAO.
Thank you very much. And Brian Chow and Robin Holmes will be back to the table here to present on this official community plan context statement in the Village of Cumberland. Robin, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This evening, I will be presenting on the CVRD's review of the Village of Cumberland's official community plan, including the regional context statement, as well as an accompanying zoning bylaw referral. I'm joined by Vivian, who is on Zoom, and she is also here to be able to answer any questions if there are any specifically related to the Comox CSWM, Comox Task on Waste Management. This referral was received mid-November. As directors are probably aware, municipalities are working towards the Bill 44 deadline at the end of this year. And CVRD staff have undertaken a timely and collaborative review focused on regional alignment, shared services, and the legislative requirements for the regional context statement. Staff have identified areas of strong alignment along with opportunities for refinement, which I will summarize in this presentation. This item is before the board because of the Local Government Act, which requires the CVRD to either accept or object to a municipality's regional context statement within 120 days of receiving it under Section 448. The Village of Cumberland has given first and second reading to their OCP on November 10th and has requested comments by December 10th in advance of their scheduled statutory public hearing date, December 15th, and to stay on course to meet the provincial Bill 44 deadline. This referral is an important part of the municipal bylaw adoption process as it provides the opportunity for the CVRD to confirm alignment with the RGS and to identify any matters that may affect regional services, such as watershed protection, solid waste management, transit, and conservation. Regional context statement is a component within the municipal OCP, and this demonstrates how the plan aligns with the RGS. And it does not require the board to assess every detail of the OCP, but rather the question before you today is whether the plan is broadly consistent with the RGS goals and the regional growth framework. Staff have reviewed the RCS in detail and have determined that it substantively is consistent, and accepting the RCS allows the village to meet its legislative obligation under the LGA and confirms that its OCP direction aligns with the regional framework. At a high level, Cumberland's OCP and zoning bylaws support the regional objectives in the RCS. The proposed OCP directs growth to the municipal area within the core Sunderland area and provides sufficient capacity to meet the 20-year housing needs identified in the Housing Needs Report, and integrates climate action, transportation, hazard management, and infrastructure policies that are consistent with the regional growth strategy. Cumberland continues to play an important role as an industrial and employment center, and the overall land use structure supports compact and complete community development. With respect to the proposed zoning bylaw, CVRD staff have identified several items that could further strengthen regional alignment in a future update based on regional service delivery. I will speak to these opportunities for refinement in more detail on the next slide. Schedules A and B attached to your staff report provide detailed analysis of the OCP and zoning bylaw. I'll highlight the key areas where further refinement would strengthen regional alignment. First, starting with the Comox Lake drinking watershed protection. This reflects our regional responsibility to safeguard the drinking water source for the entire Comox Valley. Cumberland has taken positive steps, but stronger protection language, clearer development permit area requirements, and updated mapping are needed. These refinements will help ensure that land use decisions in the upper watershed remain consistent with long-term regional water security. Comox Strathcona Waste Management. Our focus here is ensuring the long-term clarity and operational certainty for the Waste Management Center. Some elements in the draft OCP and zoning introduce uncertainty about existing and future solid waste uses. References to the host community agreement should also clarify that it governs operations, and aligning the land use framework with the solid waste management plan will support both current landfill operations and future diversion initiatives. Transit and connectivity. From a regional perspective, land use patterns directly influence transit viability. Cumberland's OCP would benefit from strengthening policies that reinforce growth in areas already served by transit and utilities, ensuring connected street networks, road standards suitable for BC Transit, and stronger active transportation links to regional corridors will help maintain a transit supportive pattern across the valley. And parks and conservation. This item speaks to the need to clearly distinguish regional conservation priorities from local recreation uses. Areas such as Morrison Creek and portions of the watershed may warrant a dedicated conservation designation to reflect their ecological value. Incorporating the regional parks and trails strategic plan and correcting ecosystem mapping will help ensure that regional conservation interests and future acquisition priorities are accurately represented. For other departmental comments for regional consideration, such as regional recreation, service delivery, and fire service, please see Schedule A. In closing, staff recommend that the board accept the regional context statement and forward the referral comment letter to the Village of Cumberland in advance of the village proceeding with adoption of its OCP and zoning bylaw before December 31st. Cumberland staff have indicated that they anticipate bringing forward an amendment to the OCP and zoning bylaw in late 2026, early 2027, and it is our understanding that items identified in Schedules A and B will be addressed through that process. This approach protects regional interests, maintains a collaborative working relationship with the village, and ensures that the necessary technical refinements can be made without creating a barrier to meeting provincial timelines. Through a future amendment process, staff would be pleased to work with the village on the items highlighted in our analysis. Early and structured engagement is the most efficient way for both governments to address these outstanding matters. The regional growth strategy provides clear direction on the areas of our regional alignment and underpins the collaborative work ahead. Staff thank the village for the opportunity to review the bylaws and acknowledge the value of the cooperative process between our organizations. And while amendments are not anticipated prior to adoption, we hope that our comments can help shape the future updates in a way that strengthens the regional alignment of policies and services. Thank you very much. We're happy to answer any questions. And again, Vivian's on the line.
Well, thank you, and thank you. I know so just a 1 month turnaround when you're entitled up to 3 to respond to it. So I just appreciate this really comprehensive response in a short time frame, and I'm sure that's helpful to Cumberland as well. We'll go to Director Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I did just have to say that's a great shot of the main road in Cumberland. And it certainly helps illustrate why they need an official community plan. All kidding aside, I have a great affection for the village of Cumberland, having played for their soccer team in my first couple of years in the Comox Valley. Visited many of their fine establishments. But no, I just want to acknowledge that there's a ton of work that's been involved in this, and I really appreciate the fact that we have such competent planning staff at the regional district who can, provide us with these recommendations and endorse the efforts that Cumberland has made and indicate that they're in alignment with the vision that most of us have for how we want to see life in the Comox Valley. And I'm very pleased to help support this. Thank you.
All right, so there's your only comment. Oh. Sorry, what was that? Oh, okay. But getting back to the meeting, this was on receipt. I don't see any questions. What a surprise that is. Hello, Director Arbor. Yeah. All right. Well, you can. We're doing receipt. Are you okay with that? So no opposition to receipt, and then we've got. The recommendation moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone?
I just felt the report was so detailed in our feedback, and I'm just wondering if it's typical of us. Like when Courtney did their OCP, did we have the same amount of detail? Because there was a lot of feedback in there.
Sorry, there's a lack of clarity as to the question James is asking. Robin's got it. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful.
Through the chair to Director Arbor, I think that we really welcomed the opportunity to have the opportunity to review both the zoning bylaw and the OCP. I think that we found that to be a really useful exercise. And in addition to the review of the RCS, it was helpful in going through to seek that alignment. And I think by going through this, we were able to really pull out and be able to identify those regional services and areas of alignment. In the future, I hope when we receive referrals from the city and from Comox that we would be able to adopt a similar process. It was very collaborative internally. And I think because of that collaborative approach, we were able to, I think, just be able to get a really good analysis and be able to bring forward these really comprehensive comments. So I think in the future, given that we're expecting upcoming referrals, that we would like to use this approach moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you very much on that. And so the recommendations on the table, it's been moved and seconded. Is anyone opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much once again. And we just keep moving with the Comox Valley District Energy Study. Thank you very much. Second? Perfect. Okay, and I'll pass this on to James.
Thanks very much. Mike Bernard, our Corporate Climate Response Coordinator, and Michael Zabarski, our Manager of Transit Facilities, is at the table. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mike, and I'm guessing it'll be Mike Bernard to introduce the PowerPoint. Mike, over to you.
Thanks, James. Through the CAO and chair to the board, as mentioned, we're here today to present the findings of our regional district energy study. So this work was completed as part of initiative in our corporate energy and emissions plan. So the initial scope was to try and figure out how district energy might be able to support corporate emissions reductions by connecting CVRD buildings either as customers or by providing waste heat from CVRD services such as waste heat from sewer collection. After exploring some funding opportunities, BC Hydro kindly offered to provide $140,000 to fully fund the study. So we expanded the scope to include the entire region. We secured Reshape Engineering, a firm out of Vancouver, to complete an opportunity scan to identify where in the Comox Valley district energy could provide a pathway to building decarbonization. So just really briefly, district energy involves having a central heating and cooling plant, which is connected to multiple buildings through underground piping system with water as a heat transfer fluid. And it can present opportunities for decarbonization depending on what energy or fuel is used to generate the heat. So these can be carbon fossil fuel based, or they can be fully renewable or some mix. And in terms of decarbonization, this can be contrasted with a building level approach where, for example, electric heat pumps are used to heat individual buildings or units. The benefits of district energy are that they present higher efficiency, the ability to store energy and localize control of the heat source, and also the ability to utilize waste heat. But the downside compared to a building level approach is significantly higher upfront capital costs, a more complex regulatory environment, and it often requires pretty extensive stakeholder engagement and education around the benefits of connecting to a district energy system. So in terms of the results, I guess the driving question that sort of determines whether district energy is going to be feasible is, can it provide a lower life cycle cost pathway to decarbonize our building stock compared to building level electrification? And that is primarily driven by heating demand density, which has to be sufficient to create economies of scale in order to justify the extensive capital cost of developing a district energy system in the first place. So this map was developed by our consultants from a heating demand forecast. They worked with their GIS sub-consultants, and it was informed by consultation with municipal and CVRD planning staff, and then used to identify areas or district energy zones based on forecasted heating demand, as well as some other factors such as the availability of low carbon heat source, avoided costs to upgrade electrical grid infrastructure, the availability and interest of large public buildings to connect to a system as anchor tenants. And the results basically found that there were no areas of super high priority opportunity within the region, mostly due to lack of density compared to the larger urban centers where district energy is more common. There were 4 zones identified as medium priority district energy zones, and they're highlighted on the map here in dark red. And in those zones, district energy systems may present an opportunity to decarbonize buildings at a lower life cycle cost than building level solutions. So the 2 zones are downtown Courtenay, or the 4 zones are 2 are in Courtenay. One is the sort of downtown center. The other is the Ryan and Lerwick node, which has the aquatic center, the hospital, and the college, and some surrounding buildings. There was one in Comox, which is the Aspen and Hector upcoming development that's proposed. And then also the previously sort of proposed Union Bay Estates development. So within these zones, a district energy network may be on par with the lower life cycle cost than relative to a building scale approach. However, it's not immediately clear from this level of analysis whether it would in fact be less costly or by how much. And it's also unclear who would benefit from any potential cost savings. And then in addition, there are technical or feasibility challenges that exist, such as multiple building owners or supply resource uncertainty. And in order to determine what benefit, if any, there would be, we would need a more detailed engineering feasibility study for each individual zone to answer those questions. And then all of the other areas in the Comox Valley are very likely better served by a building level electrification approach for decarbonization, which is what would be required from EL3 of the Zero Carbon Step Code. This is a simpler and less capital intensive approach. And on that front, we did receive some pretty good news from part of this analysis. Our consultants worked with BC Hydro grid planners, and they found that the existing substations within the region are sufficient to meet our forecasted electricity needs across the entire region, even when accounting for a future which would have fully electrified, a hypothetical future with fully electrified transportation and buildings. They still would require some upgrades, but they would be relatively minor. So they'd just be adding new feeders to existing substations. So yeah, as mentioned, the most promising district energy zones are located within the more dense municipal boundaries. So the results of this work may be relevant for member municipalities for consideration of decarbonization opportunities for future developments, as well as for existing public buildings located within the relevant district energy zones, such as the Vancouver Island Regional Library, Courtenay City Hall. And then implications for CVRD. Basically, minimal opportunities were discovered for the CVRD to connect to a potential district energy system as a waste heat provider because there wasn't sufficient heating demand located near any waste heat sources. For example, the wastewater treatment plant doesn't have a lot of dense development near it, so you can't transmit that heat far enough to where that demand is. And then in terms of connecting as a customer, there were 2 CVRD buildings located within the identified zones, the Aquatic Center in the Ryan and Lerwick zone and the Harmston Ave admin offices, where we are now in the downtown Courtenay zone. Given that the Aquatic Center contributes 40% of overall corporate greenhouse gas emissions, there's sort of an urgency to retrofit that facility as soon as possible. And we're already quite far along in our engineering design with capital upgrades planned for next year. So a district energy zone is very unlikely to develop in time for the CVRD to connect the Aquatic Center. and still achieve the 2030 corporate emissions targets. And then additionally, existing equipment at that facility is already at or nearing end of life and requires replacement as soon as possible. And then the Harmston office could also be connected to a district energy system should one be developed in the downtown core in the future. But this building is already relatively efficient and low carbon, so the emissions benefit would be relatively small and wouldn't be worth pursuing district energy for its own sake. And then as far as community-wide emissions are concerned, building level electrification is likely the best pathway for most new construction, being a simpler and relatively less expensive option. And for most of the existing building stock, it would also likely benefit from a building level retrofit approach, particularly in the less dense rural areas. And then while the Kensington development area is noted as a medium priority district energy zone, given the uncertainty around exactly how development will occur in that area, staff can consider the findings of this report should significant density develop there in the future. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions.
And Director Arbor, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Pretty awesome that BC Hydro paid for that kind of regional view. So well done to staff for developing a relationship there and turning it into a really great product. My only question was, it's because I saw Union Bay Estates included, but I'm just wondering if we should refer this report out of interest to Comox First Nation, or if they were engaged, because in light of their treaty lands and the huge greenfield opportunity that they may be presented with in the future, they're probably aware of district energy, but I think they may have interest in knowing that this work has been completed at the regional level, and that we have developed some understanding and capacity and around this topic.
All right, thanks. It never hurts to share information. So yeah, perhaps we can add that to the recommendation then. So, like, okay.
I was just going to agree.
Okay. All right, just looking to see if there's any other questions or comments from receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? Carries recommendation. And can I just say maybe it's the recommendation as just amended? Thank you. Okay. And anyone opposed to the recommendation? And that carries on to item 12, UBCM Community Energy Preparedness Fund Resolution for Comox Valley Emergency Management Service. Carrie's been here for a long time waiting for this. It's on receipt.
I'd like to introduce Carrie McIntyre. Carrie is actually our new permanent manager of Comox Valley Emergency Management.
Thank you.
Carrie's been serving in the interim acting role since August 1st of this year when Howie retired. And Carrie brings to the role some tremendous experience in relationship building and connections with our partners and community members. And we look forward to Carrie in her new role with emergency management. So Carrie, the floor is yours for presentation of this report.
Thank you, James. I promise I'll be short and sweet. So through the chair and CAO, I'm just bringing you good tidings that we have found more funding, and we're not here to ask you for any. So just want to acknowledge respectfully that staff have been working closely with our municipal partners, of course, with our staff here and with Comox First Nation to identify funding that we might be able to apply for collectively. And so we found 4 new regional grant applications through the Union of BC Municipalities that fit the bill under the Emergency Preparedness Fund. These initiatives are we're asking that these initiatives be endorsed by the board, which have been collaboratively developed and directly aligned with the board's identified strategic priorities for regionalizing Comox Valley emergency management. So your approval today and the endorsement by our municipal partners and their councils
will enable Comox Valley Emergency Management Service partners to access up to $650,000 in external funding. So if we're successful, that will help to strengthen regional emergency support services through mutual aid training, cultural safety, and trauma-informed practice workshops, improved equipment, and volunteer recognition. Will also help to enhance our regional emergency operations center and build that resilience, especially around integrated data sharing agreements for emergency planning and response capabilities. This also will help to modernize our public notification systems, and that will include linkages to our earthquake early warning systems and any public alerting tools. And lastly, the intent is also to advance Indigenous cultural safety and humility within the realm of emergency management and response through co-created workshops, decolonial story mapping, and trauma-informed facilitation training. So we'll just hope that you support this ask today.
Why would we not support such like that? Thank you for finding those opportunities and for putting together the applications. We'll go to Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. That's great. And in my other job, we do, not me, but part of my organization does a lot of work with the MCR, and all the cards seem to indicate that that's actually one of the few ministries that are going to see growth, in their funding and programming, obviously, as we continue to respond to climate-related emergencies around BC. So my only comment is foster those relationships well, because there may be more coming down the pipe as they continue their work.
All right. Absolutely. So we're on receipt. I see no further questions. Anyone opposed to receipt? Carries. And thank you. Moved and seconded. Any comments on that? Anyone opposed to the recommendation? And that carries. Thank you so much, Carrie, for spending most of your evening with us for those few minutes. All right, this is where the pace will suddenly pick up because we're not going to be receiving reports. So Transit Management Advisory Committee minutes for November 18th. Okay, moved and seconded. Any notes, any additions? Anyone opposed? That carries. Rec Commission December 2nd minutes. Okay, any additions, changes? Anyone opposed? That carries. ESC from December 8th. We have 2 recommendations. Okay. There we go. We have 1. Move 1. Okay, and that's seconded. This is a vote of the areas. Anyone opposed? And that carries. Now we have Water Committee for December 9th. The resolution, sorry, the consideration of the following resolution is pending support from the Water Committee. Sorry, we did this. I'm sorry, I'm just tired. Yeah, it was supported. Of course it was. All right. It's moved, it's seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. Thanks. Bylaws and resolutions for first and second reading. This is bylaw number 120. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. Now for first, second, and third reading, the Watugo Water System Modification and Connection Service Establishment Bylaw. Yeah. For first and second reading? Okay. Anyone opposed to that? And how about for third reading? Do it. Okay. Anyone opposed to that? Okay. And that carries. So Watugo Water System Modification and Connection Service Loan Bylaw number 869 for first and second. Anyone opposed? That carries for third reading. Okay. Anyone opposed? Sorry. I was moving too fast. Director Arbor, go ahead.
I'll pick up this one, Dr. Grieve. I just want to send congratulations for Dr. Grieve, the Watugo system and its merger, and the staff as well. I know Dr. Grieve went door to door on this one through a petition process and got 80% of the homes to sign on to this. And I think it's a testament both to the work of staff and yourself on what has been a decades-long kind of gear up to deal with this water system. So congratulations on achieving this.
Congratulations on all that hard work and delivering it and getting it over the finish line. So we were, I believe, on third reading. Anyone opposed? And that carries. BCOB Local Service Area Bylaw 1993 Amendment number 21 for first and second reading. Okay, any questions? Anyone opposed? And now for third reading. Okay, third is being first and seconded. Anyone opposed? That carries. Water Extension South Connection Service Establishment Bylaw 897 for first and second reading. Thank you very much. Any questions? Anyone opposed? Carries. And for third reading. Okay, anyone opposed? That carries. Yep. Okay, I'll take your guidance on that. Water Extension South Connection Service Loan Authorization Bylaw number 898, first and second reading. Okay, anyone opposed? That carries for third reading. Okay, any questions? Anyone opposed? That carries. Comox Valley Economic Development Service Conversion Bylaw, first and second reading, amendment number 4. Any questions? Anyone opposed? Carries. Third reading. Okay. Any questions? Anyone opposed? Carries. Revenue Anticipation Borrowing Bylaw. This is for first and second. Thank you very much. Anyone opposed? That carries. He's a mover, that guy. Okay, third reading moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? Carries. And now for first, second, third readings and adoption, Royston Garbage Collection Regulations and Rates Bylaw. Okay, first and second to be moved and seconded. Anyone? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, thanks. Part of that one too with Royston Garbage Collection, because Dr. Brown is here, is we're pretty tight at the hip, I found out, between Royston and Cumberland, and we'll be awaiting to see if you complete the transfer to automation. Yeah, but now we're waiting on you. So now it's double waiting. So I just thought I'd vocalize that so people know that together we're trying to catch up to Courtney and Comox. We're not quite there yet, but we're working towards it. And to do organics diversion as well in Royston.
You're gonna get electric garbage trucks though?
Yeah, no, there's some of the old stuff.
Yeah, okay, but you've not caught up yet then. First and second readings. So if someone cares to me, oh, that's been second. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Carries. Third reading. Okay, first, second, any questions? Anyone opposed? Okay, and move adoption. It's been moved. Anyone opposed? And that carries. And this requires a 2/3 of affirmative vote, but no one opposed it, so we're there. Electoral areas, Parks Regulations Bylaw number 103. Move adoption. This vote of the areas. Director Arbor.
Computers at home now, so I'm just wondering if that's the Leadville Greenway again. Okay, so I'll vote against that one. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else opposed? That carries. Sewage Service Development Cost Bylaw. Thank you. Yes, move adoption, and this is Area A, Courtney and Comox, kind of a boutique arrangement. So anyone opposed from those? Nope. That's all right. And now we can adjourn to a restricted closed meeting. And what's the